When the Sea Remembers. Some Promises Never Wash Away. By Jasmine Taylor. Copyright 2025 Jasmine Taylor. All rights reserved. Prologue. The sea remembers everything. Even on the nights when the town slept with its shutters closed and the lamps threw thin yellow circles on the stone, the water kept every whisper. It remembered the names murmured against wet sand, the promises carved into the small, brave hearts of children, and the farewells that thought themselves final. Salt and memory were almost the same thing there. One cleansed what it touched, the other never faded. She had dreamed of that promise before she opened her eyes that morning, the words rolling in her mouth like a pebble she couldn't spit out. A bottle trapped between the rocks, its cork blackened by the sea. A note, edges softened by time. If life divides us, I'll keep a place open in your world. The handwriting was the kind only someone who had written 1,000 home letters could own. Familiar, small, stubborn. When she woke, the feeling sat heavy behind her ribs. Not quite grief, not yet relief. It was the kind of thing that rearranges the furniture of your heart without asking permission. She didn't know then if the memory had come from a dream or from something the morning had decided to give back to her. She only knew that, for reasons she couldn't explain, she was going home. Chapter 1. The Return. The train smelled of coffee and diesel. The air carried a thin grit, like someone had sprinkled the sea on everything and called it town. She stepped down with a suitcase too small for the weight she had carried on her shoulders. She had told herself it would be a weekend away, then a week, then just until I put my life back in order. Truthfully, she was running from the apartment in Milan that had become a catalog of the last argument. The cracked cup on the kitchen counter, the duvet flung like a white flag, the memory of words that wouldn't sit quietly. The taxi wound through narrow streets that opened into the Baroque breath of Ortigia. The stone reflected the morning in soft echoes. Laundry hung like small flags between windows, and even the tourists moved like they were trying not to wake the sleeping island. The house with the green shutters looked exactly as it had in her memory. Paint flaking at the edges, a gate that complained when it opened, the courtyard where she had once learned to run faster than anyone else. She fitted the key into the lock, the same key that had arrived with her father's papers 2 months earlier, and the door let her in as if it were expecting her. Smells collided and formed the map of home. Lemon, starch, old tomatoes, and the faint perfume that only Nana Rosa seemed able to leave on the sheets. She was there, smaller than she remembered, sitting in the rocking chair by the window. Her hands were folded in her lap, as if holding an invisible plate of something familiar. "Welcome home, Elena," she said, and the words were both a greeting and a benediction. "Welcome to me," she answered, because sometimes they needed permission to take the space their lives demanded. Nana arose and wrapped her in an embrace that was more force than gentleness. She smelled of rosemary and a lifetime of Sunday dinners. Her arms tightened in all the places she had been hollowed out from months of pretending. That first night, the room that had been hers felt both smaller and safer. She lay under the frescoed ceiling and watched the shadow of gulls move like slow boats across the plaster. Morning came early, and with it a catalog of decisions. What to keep, what to put in boxes, what to let go. The island asked little of you but truth. If you could lie to yourself here, the sea would find the lie and churn it out again. She walked to the port as if the rhythm of the sea might teach her how to breathe. The fish market already hummed. Men with hands practiced in salt, a woman balancing a basket of lemons, 2 old men arguing with the kind of easy cruelty only friends share. He was there, sitting at a small table outside his restaurant, folding napkins like a priest preparing small alms. Luca had not changed as much as she had feared. The beard was a little thicker. There were fine lines at the corners of his eyes from laughing, squinting, working, He looked at her the way someone looks at a photograph they recognize after years. Elena. He said her name, and it landed in her like the first tide of the day. Yes. Her voice sounded foreign in her mouth. She sat across from him, and for a breath, they were children again. Two kids who had run races down the stone, who had promised each other things in languages that were all possibility and no consequence. "I didn't expect you so soon," he said after a moment. His smile was warm but measured, like someone who loves a fragile thing and is afraid his clumsiness might break it. "How are you? Milan's still treating you like one of its winter rains." She laughed then, a small sound that surprised her. "Milan treated me like a rain that never announced itself. I came to sort my father's things, and to breathe." He nodded with the patience of someone who hears confessions often and knows when to hold them in silence. "If you need a hand with anything, the house, boxes, or someone to make coffee at 3 in the morning, I'm here." His offer landed soft and honest. She wanted to tell him everything. How the apartment had become a room full of arguments. How her chest had been a theater of replayed scenes. But she had learned the hard way that not every crack needed to be shown to the light. Some repairs were private, and some were made of patience. They spoke instead of safer things. His restaurant, a small, stubborn place that smelled of wood and basil, was thriving in a way that made her glad. He told her about a festival they were planning, a celebration that would bring the town back into itself, all the songs and foods and dances that made memory into a public thing. When he described a new dish he had been working on, the way his eyes lit up reminded her of why she had loved him once, or perhaps why she had always loved the part of him that made and shared food as confession. "Let me make you something," he offered. "Anything you want." She closed her eyes for a second and pictured Nana's kitchen, jars lined up like small suns, the thick bread she sliced without thinking. "Whatever your hands do best," she said. Her voice had a brittle edge she didn't intend to show. He rose and moved with that same kind of precise rush he had always had. Watching him was like watching a ritual she could still remember the steps to, but not the reason. As the door closed behind him, the port spread before her, wide and impartial. She found herself looking at the horizon as if it might answer the question she had not yet formed. Did returning mean she could begin again, or did it mean she was merely picking up an old photograph, smoothed by fingers too familiar to remember the date? The answer did not come in a single wave. It arrived slow, through small things. The smell of frying lemon peel, Nana's in the kitchen, a child dropping an ice cream and crying like it was the end of the world. For the first time in months, the noise of life did not feel like an accusation. It felt like an invitation. The key turned with a reluctant click. The house had always been a living thing, even when empty. It inhaled when you stepped inside, exhaled only when you left. That morning, she crossed the threshold slowly, as if she were entering a church. Dust floated in the golden light that cut through the shutters. The walls smelled faintly of lemon oil and something older, like pages forgotten in a drawer. A fan of memories opened inside her. Summer afternoons chasing the smell of fresh dough, the radio humming old Italian songs, Nana's laugh ringing down the hallway like bells. She touched the edge of the kitchen table. It still had the tiny scar she made with a fork when she was 10. "Piano, piano," Nana whispered behind her. "The house gets scared when you rush." She smiled despite the heaviness in her chest. With her, even sadness had edges softened by humor. They entered the study last. It felt colder than the other rooms, as though the walls held their breath the moment her father left and never exhaled again. A fat binder sat on the desk, a folder thick with documents and yellow sticky notes. Her name was written on the first page in his handwriting. She didn't touch it. Not yet. Instead, she opened the shutters. The sea was there, impossibly close, as if the house had been built to look at it, the way humans look at someone they love without expecting anything back. The wind brushed the curtains, and carried in the call of seagulls. The house breathed again. In the afternoon, Nana prepared coffee in the old mocha pot, the one that hissed like an annoyed cat. She sat at the kitchen table, resting her fingertips around the small cup she placed in front of her. "You eat nothing," she scolded. "Love troubles make the stomach stupid." She nearly choked on her coffee. Who said anything about love troubles? Child, you wear your heartbreak like a coat, heavy and ugly, but you refused to take it off. There were battles one could win, and battles one accepted were lost before they even began. Nana and her intuition belonged to the second category. "It wasn't just heartbreak," she confessed, tracing the rim of the cup. "It was losing myself." She nodded, not surprised. Sometimes we leave ourselves long before someone leaves us. Her hand covered hers, warm and sure. She squeezed once, firm enough to keep her on the ground. "Go upstairs," she said. "Open the wardrobe. Your father left something for you." The room upstairs was the one with the sea-facing balcony. It felt frozen in time. Dusty perfume bottles, a mirror framed by jasmine vines carved in dark wood. Inside the wardrobe, boxes were stacked with labels in her father's meticulous handwriting. She opened the smallest box first. Photographs. Her father at 20, laughing on a boat. Her mother beside him, hair whipped by the wind, eyes bright with the kind of freedom you only have when life hasn't asked for anything yet. The last photo in the pile was different. Her and Luca. They were children, barefoot on the rocks. She was holding a small glass bottle, the same shape she had seen in her dream, the same one from the prologue of her memory. Luca's hand was on top of hers, steady and sure. On the back, in her father's handwriting, July 2006, "They say the sea keeps what they give it." Her breath caught. Beneath the photo, wrapped in paper so thin it was practically light, she found something else, a folded note, yellowed along the creases. The ink had faded, but the words were still there. "If life divides us, I'll keep a place open in your world." Her hands began to tremble. That wasn't a dream. It had happened. The bottle, the note, the promise. Someone had written it. Someone who wasn't her. And suddenly she knew exactly where Luca had learned to fold napkins so carefully, so precisely, the way you fold something when you don't want it to be lost again. Before she could think, before fear could talk her out of it, she grabbed the note and headed toward the door. The air outside felt sharper, charged with purpose. She crossed the piazza, nearly running, her heart beating like it wanted to warn her of something. The restaurant was still open, not for customers, but for preparation. She saw him through the doorway, sleeves rolled up, flour dusting his forearms. Luca looked up at the sound of her footsteps. "Elena." She stopped. She should have spoken immediately. Instead, she held out the note. His eyes widened. He recognized it. He didn't even touch it, just stared, jaw tightening, as if the paper were a ghost. "You found it," he whispered. There were 1,000 questions she could have asked. Only one came out. "You wrote it." A long silence. Then, quietly, almost painfully, "Yes." She had spent years believing life had misplaced that moment. But the truth was simpler. Sometimes they aren't ready for the promises they make. Sometimes they grow into them later. Luca didn't move closer. He looked as if the wind might shatter the space between them. "I was going to tell you," he said. "Someday. Someday." She echoed. "What were you waiting for?" He swallowed hard, eyes on the note. "For you to come back." Chapter 2. The weight of a promise returned. She walked without choosing a direction, the note still trembling in her pocket like a pulse she didn't know how to steady. Ortigia stretched around her in warm colors and quiet voices, but everything felt sharper, as if the island itself had leaned in to listen. The breeze carried salt and the distant call of gulls. She followed it, maybe out of instinct, maybe because moving felt safer than standing still. She reached the small piazza behind the old church, the one where children used to play until the streetlights hummed to life. A bench waited beneath the shade of an ancient ficus. She sat, pressing the note between her palms, feeling its creases like veins. Why had he written it? Why had he hidden it? Why now? Memory slid in like a tide. Luca at 12, hands always busy, fixing nets for the fishermen, folding paper into shapes that never stayed still, smoothing out anything that carried too many wrinkles. Things should look cared for, he used to say. Maybe that was why the note hadn't surprised him. Maybe he had kept caring even after she had left. The thought hurt more than she expected. A group of teenagers ran past, laughing, their voices bouncing like stones over water. Life here didn't pause. Even sorrow had to make room for movement. She lifted her gaze toward the church door. Someone had left a candle burning, its flame thinned by the breeze, fighting to stay alive. "Why did you wait for me?" she whispered, not to Luca, but to the space the years had carved between them. The sea answered with a shift in the wind, carrying the scent of fried dough from a bakery nearby. She followed it, letting the sweetness lead her down a narrow street where balconies spilled with flowers. An old woman stood watering her geraniums. She looked at her, as if she recognized something of her grandmother in her face. "Tornata?" she asked, returned. "See," she said softly. Her smile didn't judge. "La sola ti vide." The island sees you. As she walked away, the words settled into her like small stones at the bottom of a jar. Simple, heavy, true. She wandered toward the water. The promenade was quiet, the sky washed in the warm colors of late afternoon. She leaned against the railing, letting the sea speak the way it always had, not in sentences, but in rhythms. She took the note from her pocket. "If life divides us, I'll keep a place open in your world." She read it once, twice, a third time. Each reading changed something inside her. Maybe he had meant it only as a childish promise. Maybe he had meant it as something more. Maybe the truth was somewhere in between, something half-born, too fragile to survive the distance they had built. A small wooden boat passed, oars dipping into the blue with slow, certain strokes. She envied that certainty. Her phone buzzed in her bag. Marco. His name felt foreign here, like an echo from a life that didn't quite fit anymore. She silenced the call and pressed her hands to her chest. The island asked little of you, but honesty. And honesty whispered, "You came home because something was missing, and maybe you knew exactly where to look." A shadow crossed the stones behind her. She turned, expecting no one, wanting no one. But it was only the old fisherman, Vito, carrying a net full of shells. He nodded at the note in her hand. "Le promesse del mare," he said, "tornano semper." Promises given to the sea always return. His words unsettled her, not because they were untrue, but because they were more true than she wanted. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, she folded the note again, pressing its soft paper into her palm. Her feet moved on their own, carrying her back through the alleys, toward a truth she wasn't ready to face. She wasn't going to see him. And yet, somewhere beneath the noise of her thoughts, something quieter insisted. Go. Not to fix anything, not to demand answers. Just understand why the past had decided to breathe again. She didn't go to the restaurant that evening, but she didn't sleep either. When dawn broke, thin, pale, expectant, she realized something simple and terrifying. Some questions don't wait for courage. They ask for presence, and presence was all she had left. The next morning arrived without asking permission. She woke with the sensation of having slept inside a memory, warm at the edges, cold at the center. The note lay on a nightstand where she had placed it too carefully, the way you place something that could break if you exhale too hard. She stared at it for a moment before dressing. She told herself she wasn't going to see him, and then she walked toward the restaurant anyway. The door was half open. The soft clatter of metal against wood echoed from inside. Dishes, knives, the orchestra of morning preparation. Luca was there, sleeves rolled up, hair messy, a towel over his shoulder. She stopped in the doorway, suddenly afraid to disturb something delicate. He looked up. Elena. Her name in his mouth sounded like something new, richer, heavier. But his smile faltered when he saw her expression. He wiped his hands on the towel, searching for words. I didn't think you'd come. She stepped inside, feeling the weight of the note in her pocket like a heartbeat. I didn't think I would either. He leaned back against the counter, arms crossed, not defensive, just bracing. We should talk, he said. She almost laughed. We should talk. The sentence people throw before something breaks. She placed the note on the counter between them. Why didn't you tell me? Her voice came out too quietly. He exhaled slowly. Because it was easier to pretend the past was just a place we used to live. But it wasn't pretend, she said. Not for me. He looked away, like the truth was too bright. I was 16, he began. You were leaving for Milan. You had this future in your eyes, and He broke off, jaw tightening. I was afraid that if I said anything, I'd tie you here. The confession hit her like cold water. You thought a promise would trap me? No, his voice softened. I thought I would. Her chest tightened. You didn't have a right, she whispered, to decide for both of us. He looked up sharply. You'd already decided. The words sliced through the air. You left, he went on, quieter now. You never looked back. I thought the bottle was just a game we played, because we were children. I didn't think it would matter to you. It mattered. She swallowed. It mattered so much I convinced myself it never happened. Silence stretched between them. Not empty, not peaceful. A silence packed with everything they weren't saying. He stepped closer, his voice low. Elena, tell me what you want from me. I don't know. She forced herself to meet his eyes. I don't even know what I want from myself. He nodded once, but the nod wasn't agreement. It was surrender. And then he returned to his chopping board, picking up a knife, cutting through basil with a precision that hurt to watch. The conversation was over. He didn't ask her to stay. She didn't ask him to explain more. She turned and walked toward the door. Her hand was already on the handle when he spoke again, voice rough, barely above the sound of the blade. I would have waited for you, he said. I just didn't know if waiting was love or foolishness. Her heart stumbled over its next beat. She didn't turn around. Sometimes, she whispered, we don't recognize love until it's too late. Outside, the morning light hit her like a truth. She walked back through the narrow streets, her pulse still racing. A scooter brushed past, the driver shouting an apology. A window opened above her, spilling music into the alley. And suddenly, she wasn't breathing the salt of Ortigia anymore. She was back in Milan, the cold apartment, the silence after slammed doors. Marco's voice, sharp and distant. You always run when things get real. Her feet stopped. Her chest tightened. Maybe she did run. Maybe she had been running for years. The realization burned. She leaned against the wall, the stone warm from the sun. She didn't know if she was angry at Luca or angry at herself for not being brave enough to ask, back then, what he meant to her. She closed her eyes, and the sea answered with a wave crashing against rock, loud and insistent, as if to say, come back, finish the conversation, or lose it again. But she wasn't ready. Not yet. Chapter 3. When the tide brings back what they bury. The rain stopped sometime during the night. She discovered it in the morning, when the light pushed through the shutters in thin gold blades and rested across her face like a blessing. Luca had left early. His absence filled the kitchen the way his presence never did. Quietly, respectfully, like he knew every room had its own memory, and he didn't want to disturb any of them. On the table, next to the mocha still warm, he had left something. A napkin. On it, written in a handwriting that was both precise and chaotic, a map. A hand-drawn map of Ortigia's harbor. And 3 words. If you need to breathe. She stared at it far longer than necessary. Who leaves people maps? Who still believes a place can fix something? She pressed the napkin between her fingers, feeling the indentation of the ink. Without deciding anything, without thinking, she grabbed her keys and stepped outside. The air smelled of salt and wet stone. The harbor was half awake, like an animal stretching after too long under the sun. Fishermen moved slowly, checking nets with the patience of men who don't ask the sea for favors. They wait for what the sea decides to give. She spotted Luca before he saw her. He was kneeling on one knee beside a wooden boat, repairing the side with long strips of varnish. Sunlight caught on his forearms, tanned, strong, and the world shrank to that simple motion. Brush, breath, brush. He sensed her, or maybe he just felt her. He looked up, and for a second something unguarded crossed his face. Surprise, maybe relief, maybe something neither of them had a name for yet. "You found the map," he said. "It led me here." He smiled barely. Maps don't lead people anywhere. They just show the path. The rest is choice. She swallowed. "Is this what you do every day? Fix what is broken?" He paused. "Sometimes boats. Sometimes myself." The honesty in that sentence hit her harder than any confession could have. A gull cried overhead. A wave slapped gently against the harbor wall. "I didn't know where else to go," she admitted. "I know." He stood, wiped his hands on a rag, and handed her a second brush. "What am I supposed to do with this?" He tilted his head toward the boat. "Don't try to fix your life yet. Just help me fix this." There are moments that are not dramatic or grand, but change everything anyway. That morning was one of them. Their hands worked side by side, moving in synchrony. He didn't ask about Milan. She didn't ask about the woman whose ring he still wore on a chain around his neck. Some silences don't need filling. Some silences are comfort. After a while, he said, "Elena." People don't come to Ortigia to escape," he said softly. "They come here when they're ready to be found." Her breath caught. Found by what? He looked at the sea. Whatever they were afraid to meet. And then his eyes returned to hers, steady and sure, like a promise she wasn't ready to hear. Not yet, but soon. The harbor smelled of salt and warm wood, the kind of scent that clung to your skin and made the world feel simpler. Luca was sanding the boat again, sleeves rolled up, forearms catching the morning light like bronze. She sat on the edge of the dock, letting her feet sway above the water. For the first time in months, she felt almost still inside. Then her phone vibrated. The screen lit up inside her bag, that soft, insistent glow that turns peace into tension. MOM, Australia. The international prefix glared at her like an accusation. She didn't move. Luca paused just enough to look at her, his hands steady on the wood. "You don't have to answer." "I'm not going to." The phone kept ringing. Longer this time, like she knew that distance could be overcome by persistence. Or guilt. Eventually, it stopped. 10 seconds later, a voicemail. Luca didn't comment. He didn't push. He just kept working, sanding the hull in rhythmic strokes, and somehow that grounded her more than words ever could. She finally took the phone out. One missed call. One voicemail. She shouldn't have listened, but she did. "Elena, it's your mother. No chow, no honey, no softness. Just duty wrapped in distance. I know you're busy, hiding, but you can't stay in Sicily forever. Australia is your chance to start over. Daniel and I have everything ready. The guest room, the paperwork. You can't let the past chain you like this. Daniel, her new husband, the man she chose a life with." She felt a knot tighten inside her chest. Sharp, immediate. The message continued. "You're wasting time there. Come to Perth. Come to your new family. Your new family." Her throat closed. Luca had stopped working. He wasn't looking at her, but he was listening. "Call me back when you're ready to talk like an adult." The message ended with a beep, final and sterile. The silence that followed felt heavier than the ocean. "She sounds..." Luca searched for the right word. He didn't find it. "Efficient," she suggested, voice thin. "I was going to say cold." She let out a weak laugh. That was her being warm. He wiped varnish off his fingers and sat beside her. Not too close, not too far. Just present. What does she want, he asked. For me to live her life instead of mine. Luca tilted his head, studying the horizon. And what do you want? The answer was somewhere between the tide and her heartbeat, still forming, fragile. She didn't speak. Instead, she powered off the phone. No more Australia, she whispered. The sea breathed against the rocks. Luca did something unexpected. He placed a folded napkin map beside her. If you feel lost, he said softly, follow the lines. Not the map, the gesture. Her chest loosened. I'm not lost, she said. He looked at her, really looked at her. Eyes the color of storms that never reached land. No, he said. I think you're finally finding yourself. A wave hit the hull gently, spraying droplets onto their feet. Neither of them moved. And for the first time in years, she didn't feel abandoned. She felt chosen. Chapter 4. The space between two heartbeats. That evening, Ortigia softened into gold. The sky melted into shades of apricot and rose, and the air smelled like grilled fish and salt, and something sweet from the bakery 2 streets away. Tourists weren't loud yet. They drifted like lazy shadows, stopping to take photos of balconies overflowing with bougainvillea. She walked along the waterfront, holding Luca's map in her pocket. It still felt absurd that a man would draw a map for someone in the age of GPS absurd, and unexpectedly intimate. The boatyard was closing when she arrived. The noise of sandpaper and tools was gone, replaced by the hush of the tide. Luca was sitting on the dock, barefoot, his legs hanging over the edge, a bottle of beer beside him. He turned before she said a word. You followed the map, he said, with that half-smile that felt like a secret. I didn't have anything better to do. Liar. He slid over, making space for her. She sat down. Their shoulders didn't touch, but they were close. Close enough that the heat of him reached her, even in the breeze. How was your day? He asked. I didn't talk to Australia. Good. They sat in silence, watching small waves slap the stones. A fishing boat returned slowly to the harbor, leaving a thin trail of foam that dissolved in the violet water. Do you always come here at sunset? She asked. He shrugged. Only when I need to feel like the world is bigger than my thoughts. That sounds like your way of saying when I feel lost. He picked at the label on the bottle. I don't get lost. I stand still until I understand where I am. She exhaled a small laugh. That's annoyingly wise. He glanced at her, eyes soft with something unspoken. You run. A pause, not a judgment, a truth, the kind that lands exactly where it hurts and heals. I don't run, she said quietly. I retreat. Same thing, different shoes. The sun dropped lower, kissing the line of the horizon. The light caught on the water and scattered, like the sea was breaking the sunset into pieces and offering them back. Luca leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees. You don't have to explain anything about your mother, he said, or Milan, or why you left, or who hurt you. He didn't say the last sentences, but she heard them. No one had ever given her silence without expecting something in return. She looked at him then, really looked. The scars on his knuckles, the faint shadow of a beard, the necklace around his neck, the wedding ring threaded through it, catching the fading light like a memory he couldn't let go of. What about her? She asked. He didn't flinch. She left, he said. That was all. She nodded. I guess we're both people who get left behind. We don't have to stay that way, he replied. He reached for something in his pocket and handed it to her. A small shell, white, smooth, polished by time. Why are you giving me this? When the tide takes something away, he said, it brings something back. Her breath hitched, not because of the shell, but because of the way he was looking at her. Not hungry, not impatient, present. The wind lifted a strand of hair into her face. She tucked it back, but Luca brushed it behind her ear gently, his finger grazing her cheek. The tiniest touch. A spark. A heartbeat held in suspension. Elena. Just her name. But it felt like a promise. She leaned in. Not much, just enough to let herself feel something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Wanted. Seen. Chosen. He didn't kiss her. He didn't have to. Some moments are already a kiss, even without lips. They sat together until the last line of sun disappeared, leaving only the shell in her palm and the certainty that something in her had shifted. Not broken. Opened. The storm hit during the night. Not the kind that rattles windows or threatens to tear off roofs. No, this was the quiet kind. The kind that arrives like a breath held too long. The kind that makes you feel something is about to break. Rain slid down the shutters when she woke, tracing long silver lines like tears on glass. The house smelled of dust and lemon polish and something older, memories that rose when the air turned wet. She walked barefoot through the corridor, letting the old tiles cool her skin. Something felt different. Not wrong, just alive, like the house was waiting. In the kitchen, she made coffee the way Nana taught her. Slow flame, patience, no rush. Il caffè ha bisogno di tempo per fidarsi di te. As the mocha murmured, a drop of water fell from the ceiling. Then another. She followed the sound into the small pantry, the one no one ever opened. A thin crack traced the wall like a vein. Behind a stack of old canned tomatoes and a rusted mocha, something caught the light. A metal edge. Curious, she reached behind the crates and pulled. A box. Wooden. Locked. With initials burned into the lid. MF. Her breath stalled. Salvatore Ferri. Her father. Her pulse hammered as she slid the box onto the table. The lock wasn't strong. She pressed the tip of a butter knife into the seam, twisted. Click. Inside, wrapped in yellowed paper and tied with a thin string, was a bundle of letters. Handwritten. Addressed to Elisa, Sydney, Australia. Her mother. Her stomach flipped. Each letter was dated after she left. Each envelope was unopened. Not one had been returned. Not one had been torn open or read. Just ignored. Her father had written her. Begged her, maybe. Hoped. And she had disappeared into an ocean of silence. Her hand shook as she pulled out the first letter. The paper trembled with her. The words were not theatrical or poetic. They were simple. Elisa, Elena needs you. I'm doing my best. But she needs her mother. She blinked hard. Another letter. She started sleeping in our bed. She thinks the scent of your pillow means you'll come back. Her throat burned. Third letter. If you don't want me, fine. But don't abandon her. The mocha whistled sharply, a steam cry that jolted her back into the present. She grabbed the edges of the table, grounding herself. The house was silent again, watching. She closed the box gently, not because she was done, but because she wasn't ready. A knock echoed from the front door. Soft, tentative. She wiped her face and opened it. Lucas stood there, damp from the rain, hair dripping, breath uneven like he'd run. He looked at her once, really looked, and his expression shifted. What happened? She didn't speak. She didn't cry. She just reached toward him, fingers finding his, needing something solid to hold on to. His grip tightened. Elena, he whispered, voice full of promises he didn't know he was making. You don't have to face whatever that is alone. For a second, the world shrank. To the rain. To the letters. To his hand holding hers like an anchor. Maybe the house had been waiting to open. Maybe she had been waiting to break. Or maybe nothing was breaking. Maybe it was finally beginning to heal. Chapter 5. The day the house stopped breathing. The house woke before Elena did. Or maybe it was the silence that pulled her out of sleep. Not the gentle kind, but the heavy, watchful silence that fills a room when something has changed. The morning light slipped through the shutters in thin gold ribbons. She stretched, rubbed her eyes, and listened. No radio playing old Sicilian songs. No teacups clinking. No soft humming from the kitchen. Just stillness. She pulled on a sweater and stepped into the hallway. The tiles were cool under her bare feet. The air smelled faintly of lemon and starch. And for a moment, she imagined her grandmother standing in the kitchen, hands dusted with flour, hair pinned up, scolding the dough for not behaving. Elena smiled at the memory and turned toward the kitchen. But the kitchen was empty. Neat. Everything in its place. A tea towel folded with geometric precision. The kettle dry and untouched. That was when the first thread of worry tightened in her chest. Nana. Her voice echoed through the house. No answer. She walked down the hallway, past the framed photographs of people she had never met. Ancestors frozen in sepia tones. A draft moved through the corridor, brushing her skin like a warning. Her heartbeat quickened. She reached the bedroom door. It was half closed. Elena, she whispered to herself, she's just sleeping. But something in the air disagreed. The room was filled with morning light. The sea outside was calm, a thin silver band stretching beyond the window. Her grandmother lay in bed, hands folded lightly over her stomach, as if she were holding something delicate, maybe a dream. Elena smiled faintly. Nana, it's late. You should get up, or... Then she stopped. There was no rise in her chest. No breath. Just stillness. Too still. Elena stepped closer. Her throat tightened. She touched the back of her grandmother's hand. Cool. Not cold. Just cool enough to know that the night had taken her quietly. Her knees weakened, and she sank onto the edge of the bed, unable to speak, unable to cry at first. Her grandmother's rosary lay on the nightstand, the wooden beads tangled as if slipped from her fingers. The window was open, and the curtains moved in a soft dance, the sea breeze crossing the room like a final blessing. Elena lowered her face into her hands. The house didn't make a sound. And then, as if the island understood loss, the bells of Santa Lucia rang in the distance, slow, steady, and impossibly gentle. The house, once full of breath and warmth and recipes whispered in a flower, now seemed to exhale. Elena's tears fell silently. She leaned forward, resting her forehead against her grandmother's hand. I'm here, she whispered, though no one could answer. Outside, the sea kept breathing for the both of them. The rain didn't stop for hours. It clung to Ortigia like a second skin, sliding down gutters, gathering in the cracks between stones, turning the air heavy and warm. She stayed in the kitchen, the box of letters beside her like a sleeping animal she was afraid to touch again. Luca didn't ask about it. He didn't ask anything. He just boiled water, pulled out 2 chipped ceramic cups, and made tea in the quiet way he did everything. Steady, practical, gentle. She watched his movements, grateful for the silence and terrified of the thoughts inside it. This house holds a lot, he said eventually. It holds too much. He set 1 cup in front of her. There's no such thing. She wrapped her hand around the mug. Steam rose, warming her face. Her eyes burned, but she refused to cry. Crying felt like breaking, and she had broken enough. Luca leaned against the counter, arms crossed loosely. Elena, he said softly, you're allowed to be angry. I'm not angry. Then you're lying to yourself. A beat, and that hurts more. The words hit hard because they were true. She looked up at him, really looked, and something in his expression changed. Not pity, not concern, recognition, like he knew exactly what it was to be left with unanswered letters. She swallowed. He wrote to her, for years, and she never answered. Luca closed his eyes briefly, as if absorbing the weight of that sentence. She didn't deserve him, he said, and she doesn't deserve you. She shouldn't have felt anything at those words. But she did. Her chest tightened. Heat rose beneath her skin, a storm of a different kind. The rain eased to a whisper. Luca's gaze softened, drifting toward her lips, then back to her eyes. He pushed away from the counter and came to stand in front of her. Slow, careful. as if she might disappear if he moved too fast. "Elena," he murmured, "look at me." She did. He reached out, not to touch her, but to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers grazed her cheek. Gentle, intentional. Her breath caught. "Don't do that," she whispered. "Do what?" "Look at me like I'm something you want." His voice dropped lower. "I'm not looking at you like something I want." Her heart lurched. "I'm looking at you like something I shouldn't." He leaned in, slow enough that she could stop him, close enough that she could feel his breath warm against her cheek. The air between them tightened, thick with possibility. Her pulse raced. His forehead rested lightly against hers. Close. Too close. "Elena," he whispered, "tell me to go." She didn't. Her hand slid up his chest, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt without thinking. "I don't want you to go." His lips were a breath away. A fraction. A heartbeat. Almost. But then, the kettle let out a shrill, piercing whistle. They both froze. The moment shattered like thin glass. Lucas stepped back first, exhaling sharply, rubbing a hand over his face as if trying to erase the last 30 seconds. "I should." He gestured vaguely toward the door. "Let you rest." She nodded, unable to form words. He turned to leave, raincoat in hand. At the doorway, he paused. "Elena." She looked up. "You're not something someone walks away from." Then he left, and the rain swallowed him. She stood there, pulse still racing, the ghost of his touch still warm against her skin. Almost was sometimes louder than yes. Chapter 6. The Weight of the Unsent Letter. The storm arrived without warning. Elena woke to the sound of rain striking the shutters like thrown gravel. For a moment, the world was blurred and half-formed. She didn't know where she was, Milan or Ortigia, the past, or her unfinished future. Then the scent of lemon detergent and sea salt settled around her, and she remembered. She was home, or at least in the closest thing she had left to the word. She pushed herself upright in bed. The sheets were tangled around her knees like seaweed, and her hair was damp. Humidity had curled it into an unruly halo. Nana Rose's house always felt alive during storms. It creaked inside, as if the walls were listening. Downstairs, in the small wooden desk by the window, the letter lay exactly where she had left it. The letter she had written to her mother. Elena patted down the stairs, barefoot, the floor cool beneath her feet. The shutters rattled in the wind as she crossed the hallway. She paused in front of the desk, her fingers tracing the edge. A thin band of light spilled across the paper, illuminating her handwriting, the exact shade of anger diluted with longing. "You left, and I never learned how to stay." She didn't hear the footsteps until Luca leaned on the doorframe behind her. He smelled of rain and wind and something warm, coffee, maybe. "You're awake early," he said quietly. "I couldn't sleep." His gaze dropped to the paper. The envelope wasn't sealed. It was still open, as if Elena couldn't bear to give the certainty of closure. "That the famous storm letter?" he asked gently. Elena gave a short, mirthless laugh. "It's not famous. It's pathetic. It's human," Luca corrected. The thunder rolled above them, deep and slow, like a sleeping giant turning in its bed. Luca walked closer, his movements unhurried. He sat across from her at the little desk, elbows resting lightly on the wood. "May I read it?" "No." He didn't push. He simply nodded. A silence settled between them, comfortable like a blanket. Luca's presence was like that. He didn't fill the empty spaces, just kept them from swallowing her. "Elena," he said softly, "you don't have to send it. Sometimes writing is the only way we survive what we couldn't say." She looked back down at the letter. The words blurred. She blinked them into focus. "I want her to know how much it hurt," Elena whispered. "But I also want her to live her life without guilt. Does that make sense?" "It makes you kind," he said, "and brave." No one had called her brave in a long time. A gust of wind slammed the shutters and made her jump. Luca reached across the desk, resting his hand near hers, but not touching. She could have closed the distance with one small movement. Elena, whatever you decide, it's the right choice if it gives you peace. She exhaled a shaky breath. What if peace is something I never learned? Then we'll learn together. She looked at him sharply. Something inside her shifted, like the tide pulling back before a wave. The realization startled her. Luca wasn't fixing her. He was simply standing beside the pieces. Luca. He rose halfway from his chair, hesitated, then leaned in a little closer. Elena. A sudden crash interrupted them. The front door rattled wildly, and both froze. Elena's heart kicked against her ribs. For a moment, she thought the storm had ripped something loose outside. But then she heard a voice from the entryway. Elena. Her blood iced. She knew that voice. Luca turned toward the sound, eyebrows knitting. Ooh. Elena stood, slow, mechanical, as if her bones had turned to glass. She walked to the hall, her pulse roaring in her ears. There, dripping rain onto the tiles, stood Marco. Milan. The breakup. The reason she ran. Elena, he repeated, stunned. I came to take you home. Her heart dropped into the pit of her stomach. Behind her, she could feel Luca's presence, solid and silent. The storm outside suddenly felt small. Marco stood at the threshold, rain sliding down his jacket and dripping from his hair. He was soaked, breathless, as if he'd sprinted all the way from Milan to Ortigia. Behind him, the storm swelled, hurling sheets of rain into the courtyard. Elena, he repeated, voice cracking. I'm here because I can't lose you. Luca had moved to stand a few steps behind her. Not touching, not interfering, just present. His silence was steadying, like the rocks against the tide. Marco's eyes flicked toward him, then back to Elena. You didn't answer my calls, Marco said. You just disappeared. I needed space, Elena whispered. You refused to give it to me. That's not fair. Marco shot back. He stepped inside without being invited and closed the door against the wind. Drops of water splashed onto the old tiles, and the sudden intimacy of the entryway made the house shrink around them. You blindsided me, Elena continued, voice trembling, not from fear, but from exhaustion. You stood in our apartment and told me I was too emotional because I miss my family. That's not what It's exactly what you said. Luca shifted his weight. Elena felt him, solid and quiet, anchoring her like gravity. Marco ran a hand through his wet hair. Look, I messed up. I know that. But you don't fix things by running away. I didn't run, she said, steady now. I came home. The word home echoed in the space between them. Even the house seemed to react. A shutter thudded against the frame as though agreeing with her. Marco took a step closer. His tone softened, pleading. Elena, we had plans. We were looking at apartments near Porta Venezia. We were talking about a future. You were talking, she corrected. I was disappearing. The silence that followed was painful. Then Lucas spoke, calm, level, almost too controlled. Maybe you should let her breathe. Marco turned sharply toward him. This has nothing to do with you. Everything that hurts her, Lucas said quietly, has to do with me. The air between the two men tightened. Elena, Marco pressed, desperate now. Can we talk? Alone. Luca looked at her. He didn't fight, didn't push. His voice was barely a whisper. I'll be in the kitchen. He left them there, and the sound of his footsteps faded with the storm. Marco took a long breath. I came because I'm afraid, he confessed. Afraid that this place, a glance toward the kitchen, is replacing our life. You never made room for my life, Elena said. Marco swallowed. His voice dropped. Do you still love me? Her pulse stuttered. Images flickered behind her eyes. Fights reduced to silence. Nights spent crying alone beside someone. An empty apartment in Milan. A letter on the desk she might never send. Finally, Elena spoke, soft but unshakable. "I don't know who you are when you're with me anymore, and I don't know who I become when I'm with you." The storm outside cracked open the sky. Marco's shoulders sagged, defeat settling in. He looked at her like she was slipping through his fingers. "Elena," he whispered, "don't do this." She inhaled deeply, salt, rain, the faint smell of lemon on the sheets. "I already did." Chapter 7. Storm Quiet. The kitchen smelled of mint leaves and something warm that reminded Elena of childhood. Maybe the way steam fogged the windows. Maybe just the sound of someone who wasn't leaving. Lucas stood at the stove, pouring hot water into 2 old mugs that didn't match. A soft light flickered from the lamp above the sink. Rain beat a steady rhythm on the roof, like 1,000 fingertips tapping in impatience. Elena slipped into the room slowly, as if the air had thickened. "He's staying here tonight," she murmured. Luca nodded without turning. "The storm's too strong. Roads are flooded." She sat at the small table. The chair gave a little sigh beneath her weight. Her pulse still raised from the confrontation, but the kitchen, this warm, ordinary room, began to soften the edges of everything sharp. "You didn't have to stay with me," she said. Luca placed a mug in front of her. "You didn't ask me to." He sat across from her, not too close, elbows resting lightly on the table. His presence was steadying, not demanding, not coaxing, not evaluating. Just there. Elena wrapped her hands around the mug, letting the heat ground her. "I don't know how to do this," she whispered. "Do what?" "Feel everything without drowning in it." Luca's expression didn't flinch. "Maybe you're not drowning. Maybe you're resurfacing." She blinked at him, because no one had ever framed her chaos as something brave. Elena stared at the steam rising from her mug. "Marco and we were together a long time, but I kept shrinking to fit what he needed. You don't have to shrink here." Her throat tightened. Then Luca leaned forward just slightly, barely a movement, but enough that she felt it. "Elena, I am not here to replace anything. I'm here because I want to see who you are when you stop apologizing for existing." The words hit her like truth she had forgotten to believe in. "I don't know who that person is yet," she admitted. His voice went softer. "Then let me stay close while you figure it out." A silence settled, thick but not heavy, the kind that warms the bones. Somewhere upstairs, a floorboard creaked, the distinct sound of someone moving in the guest room. "Marco." Elena tensed, but Luca didn't turn his head toward the noise. He stayed with her eyes, with her breath, with the moment. "You're not choosing," he said gently. "Not tonight. You're just feeling." Another crash of thunder shook the shutters, and the lights flickered. Elena exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "I don't know if I can start something new." "I'm not asking for something," Luca replied. "I'm asking for time." Time. The one thing no one had ever given her without conditions. Outside, the storm roared. Inside, Elena felt something quieter, the unfamiliar relief of not having to be strong. She lifted her mug, took a slow sip. "Stay," she said. "Just stay." Luca nodded once, as though it was the easiest promise he had ever made. "I'm not going anywhere." The storm died sometime before dawn, but the house still held the scent of rain, wet stone, damp wood, sea air pushing itself through the shutters. Elena woke slowly, wrapped in a half-dream where the world was quiet, and no one expected her to choose anything. Downstairs, she heard the muffled clatter of dishes. For a moment, she lay still, listening to the rhythm of the house. It was the same house where she had learned to walk, to whistle, to braid her hair too tightly. It was strange how walls could remember you better than people. She got up, pulled a thin sweater around her shoulders, and stepped into the hallway. Luca was in the kitchen, not just standing, moving as if he belonged there. He was slicing bread, humming under his breath, a melody that felt like warm sunlight. On the counter sat a small mocha pot, steam swirling from the spout. "You're up," Lucas said, not turning, voice light. Coffee. Elena brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. You didn't have to make breakfast. He shrugged. I couldn't sleep. He didn't say he had wanted to be here when she woke up, but the thought hung between them like morning mist. Elena took a seat at the small table, watching him. Luca moved like someone who had never had to prove his worth. Quiet confidence, no sharp corners. As he turned to bring 2 cups to the table, Elena noticed something. He had found Nana Rose's old apron and tied it around his waist. White linen, faded embroidery. It made her laugh, soft, involuntary, honest. Luca smiled, setting down the cups. What? You look like you're auditioning to be part of the family. He froze, just for a second. Not hurt, hopeful. Then he recovered with a playful bow. Did I pass? Elena rolled her eyes. Barely. They sat across from each other, knees almost touching beneath the table. The kind of quiet that followed wasn't awkward. It was full like something beginning. Upstairs, a door clicked. Marco. Elena felt her breath lock in her chest. Right. He was still here. The storm had trapped him last night, but the morning offered no excuses. Footsteps crossed the hallway, slow, heavy. A shadow stretched along the tile before Marco appeared in the doorway. He wore the clothes from the night before, wrinkled from sleep. His hair was messy, eyes tired. He looked like someone who had spent half the night listening to a silence that said more than any argument. When he saw them, Elena at the table, Luca across from her, steam rising between them, his face changed. Something inside him broke. You're having coffee, Marco said, voice tight, as if he needed to state the obvious to keep control. Luca didn't flinch. There's enough for 3. Marco ignored him. His eyes were only on Elena. So this is your life now, running away, and waking up to. He gestured vaguely in Luca's direction. Breakfast with strangers. He's not a stranger, Elena said quietly. Marco laughed. Short, bitter. Right. Of course he's not. Luca stood slowly, hands relaxed at his sides. He didn't challenge. He didn't retreat. Marco, he said, calm as stone. She doesn't owe you a conversation while you're angry. I'm not angry. Marco snapped. He stopped. The truth slipped through the cracks in his voice. I'm losing her. Elena stood, heart pounding. Marco, you didn't lose me now. You lost me when you stopped seeing me. He stared at her, as if trying to memorize her face. You can't throw away 2 years. And you can't pull me back into a life where I wasn't allowed to feel. Her voice trembled, but it didn't break. I won't go back. The 3 of them stood in a triangle of silence. A triangle made of past, present, and what might become the future. Marco swallowed hard. Then his voice softened, almost a plea. You used to look at me like I was home. Elena shook her head gently. I was looking for a home, not you. The words were soft. The truth wasn't. Marco closed his eyes. When he opened them again, something had changed. Acceptance, or maybe just defeat. I'll book the first train back to Milan. Luca watched him go but didn't follow. Didn't gloat. Didn't mark territory. Elena exhaled slowly, her chest finally expanding. I'm sorry, she whispered. Luca stepped closer, not touching, not crowding, just close enough for her to feel that she wasn't alone. You don't have to apologize for choosing yourself. For the first time in a long while, Elena believed it. Chapter 8. A day without weight. The storm had left the island cleaner somehow, as if the rain had scrubbed away not only the dust from the stones, but a layer of tiredness that had been clinging to Elena's shoulders for months. She moved through the house with the careful, slow motions of someone reacquainting themselves with an old friend. Each step measured, each breath a small test of what the day might allow. When she reached the kitchen, Luca was already up, finishing the last of his packing with the same quiet efficiency that had become his habit. He looked up when she entered, half smile on his face, as if he were glad she decided to come down. You ready? He asked, zipping the bag closed. "For whatever you want to show me," she said, and the words surprised her by how willing they sounded. Outside, Ortigia shimmered under a sky that had been washed clean. Puddles glittered like scattered coins on the pavement, and the air smelled of salt, lemon, and whetstone. The world seemed to move more deliberately here. People did not hurry so much as they chose direction. Luca led her toward the market, weaving between narrow streets where laundry still clung to lines like small flags. The rhythm of the city felt different on the day after a storm, less frantic, the way a chest quiets after a sob. As they walked, fragments of ordinary life flashed by. An old man sweeping the doorstep of his bar, the bell over a bakery door tinkling as someone came out with a bag of still-warm pastries, a child chasing a balloon that bobbed against the wind. All of it simple, all of it steady. The market opened up like a living thing, colors and voices and smells layering on top of each other until the space felt full and breathing. Fishmongers called out prices with a practice song. Stalls overflowed with tomatoes the color of summer. Strings of peppers hung like garlands, and the air hummed with an easy, noisy generosity. "Watch out for the oregano man," Luca warned in a conspiratorial whisper as they reached the first row of stalls. "If you meet his eyes, you'll leave with 3 kilos of herbs and no explanation." Elena laughed, a sound raw and honest. She felt the laugh go straight to some place inside her that had been quietly tight for months. She let herself be tugged forward by the current of people and hustle, tasting everything as she went. Salty marinated olives sampled from a wooden spoon, a sliver of sun-warmed fig offered by a vendor with flour on her hands, the first miraculous sip of chilled almond milk poured into a small paper cup. "That almond milk," Elena said after the first sip, closing her eyes for a moment. "It tastes like home. It tastes like the idea of home," Luca corrected gently. "And that's sometimes the same thing." They moved through the market slowly, stopping at stalls that interested them, letting the life around them tell small stories. Luca knew everyone by name, it seemed, greeting an old fisherman with a nod and a joke, taking seriously the barista's opinion on the quality of the roast that day. Elena watched him more than she spoke. There was something about the ease of his interactions that made belonging look simple. At one stall, a woman wrapped in scarves was pressing almond milk with a wooden pestle. The jars were frosted, and the vendor wore a smile that had somehow softened with years. Luca ordered 2 cups before Elena could refuse. She warmed to its texture immediately, cold, faintly sweet, and a comfort that slid down like a truce. "There's a kind of generosity here that isn't about performance," Luca said, watching her. "It's more like a daily currency. People give small things without expecting a show in return." Elena thought about how small gestures had gone missing from her life in Milan. Gestures replaced by schedules and efficiency. Here, life offered itself back in fragments. A warm pastry, a slice of sea-scented air, the slow smile of a woman selling figs. They crossed into the marina and paused on the low stone wall that edged the water. Wooden boats bobbed gently, ropes creaking in the soft breeze. Gulls swooped and argued above, and the sea lay a calm sheet of pewter against the bright sky. Elena rested both hands on the stone and looked out as if trying to memorize the movement of the tide. "I forgot what quiet felt like," she admitted. "You were holding your breath for so long," Lucas said. "Now you can maybe learn to exhale." He said it gently, not as a demand but a promise. She breathed in and let out a long, shaky exhale. The air tasted of salt and possibility. They wandered along the pier, stopping when a boy with a battered wooden box displayed hand-painted postcards, watercolor windows, lime green shutters, bougainvillea spilling like confetti. Elena paused, fingers tracing a card that depicted a familiar window. It was her house, the green shutters she knew so well, rendered in small strokes of paint. "Is this your house?" the boy asked with immediate pride when he noticed her interest. Elena nodded, tucking the postcard into her pocket. The image felt like a small talisman, something to hold between the pages of a day she wanted to remember. "Let's buy something to take back to Nana," Lucas suggested, already scanning the stands. "She'll kill me if I don't bring something edible." They shopped with a quiet affection for the mundane. Luca carried the bag of tomatoes while Elena negotiated prices like she was learning an old language again. The market conversations were a kind of music she hadn't realized she'd missed. The easy banter, the calls and retorts. The vendors had names for her that felt like old bookmarks. Elenuza, called a woman from the greengrocer's stall, a round-cheeked woman named Graziella who used to give Elena free figs when she was a child. She embraced Elena with a squeeze that made both of them laugh. Luca watched, eyes soft, and something like a protective warmth moved through him. When Graziella released her, she pressed a small bag of figs into Elena's hands, as if to make sure the past would be sweet. They made their way through alleys that smelled of lemon and sun-dried linen. At one point, Elena stopped to listen to an old man tuning a battered radio in a doorway, and the first few bars of an old song wrapped around them like a ribbon. She felt her shoulders drop, a loosening she hadn't known she needed. "Are you okay?" Luca asked, always present but never intrusive. "Yes," she said, and it was true. More than okay, she thought later. For the first time since she'd come, she felt a kind of possibility that wasn't anxious. It was patient. They sat down on the edge of the pier when the sun reached its highest warmth of the morning. Children lined the railings throwing crumbs to the smallest seagulls, and an elderly couple fed each other from a paper cone of fried fish like a ritual. Elena peeled a tomato and handed half to Luca, who bit into it as if it were the first ripe thing he'd had all year. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked after a while. "To show you that life is still happening," he said simply. "That pieces of it are waiting, even if you thought they were gone forever." She leaned her head on her knees for a moment, thinking of all the ongoingness she had missed, the quiet, the market mornings, the soft rituals that stitched days into life. It felt less like a return and more like an invitation. On the way home, the boys at a small stall offered her a painted tile they'd made, a tiny scene of a ship under a sky of birds. Luca bought it with a flourish and handed it to her like a small, ridiculous crown. Back at the house, Nana was in the courtyard, shelling beans with the focused pleasure of someone performing a prayer. She looked up, eyes twinkling, and welcomed them back as though they had been gone only an afternoon. "You look like you've been wearing the sun," she said, squinting at Elena. Elena sank into a chair and let the day settle into her bones. Her hands still smelled faintly of tomato and salt. She put the postcard she'd bought into a drawer and, for no reason, decided she would tape it to the inside of her wardrobe. Something private, a reminder. Luca poured tea, and for a while they all sat in companionable silence, the irregular rhythm of the house surrounding them with a sense of ordinary miracles. Elena let the quiet fill her, not as an absence, but as a presence. That evening, when she washed the dishes and the last light slanted across the worktop, she realized the day had changed something small inside her. A permission to be gentle with herself, to taste a peach and not remind herself of debts, to let laughter come out without counting the cost. The market had offered her a map back to the small things that make up a life. She slept that night with the postcard tucked under her pillow, and for the first time in a long while, the island's lullaby felt like in keeping rather than a letting go. The sky was turning the color of diluted honey when Elena reached the terrace on the roof. Luca was already there, sitting cross-legged on a low wall, barefoot, a bottle of cold Ignusa beside him. His hair moved slightly with the breeze coming from the harbor. He didn't turn when she appeared. He didn't need to. "You look like you needed air," he said quietly. Elena sat beside him, holding her knees to her chest. They watched the fishing boats return from the sea, slow and patient as old men carrying stories on their backs. The salty breeze wrapped around her shoulders like a shawl. I'm tired, she confessed. Of what? Of feeling everything at once. Luca nodded without looking at her. You don't have to explain it. Just say it, and let it be true. Nobody had ever given her permission like that. They stayed silent for a while. Luca handed her the beer. She took a sip. It was cold, bitter, grounding. You're very quiet today, Elena said eventually. I'm giving you space. She exhaled. Everyone keeps trying to fill my head. You're the only one who doesn't. He smiled. Small, genuine, not the kind made for photographs. Well, I don't know how to fix complicated things. I only know how to show up. And that's enough, she whispered. Below them, Ortigia hummed with evening life. Plates clinking, guitars from a street musician, laughter rising like steam from the alleys. But on the rooftop, it was just them and the sea and a silence that didn't demand anything. Marco came here, she said suddenly. Luca turned toward her. I figured. You did. You look different today, like someone had rearranged you without asking. Elena swallowed. He wants me back. And what do you want? Her answer took a long time to surface. I want to stop apologizing for choosing myself. Luca's expression softened. He didn't reach out to touch her, but she felt it anyway. The care, the presence. Then stop apologizing here first, he said. With me. The words hit her harder than she expected. I feel like I'm disappointing everyone. Not me. She turned to him, then, really looking. Luca was sun-browned, soft around the edges, like someone who had made peace with himself long ago. How do you do that? Ella asked. Do what? Make things simple. He shrugged. Maybe things are simple, and we're the ones who make them complicated. She smiled, not because she agreed, but because part of her desperately wanted to. Can I ask you something? She said. He leaned back on his hands. Anything. Why didn't you try something? With me. You know, something else. A gust of wind lifted her hair. Luca's eyes held hers for a moment too long. Because you don't need another man touching your life, he said quietly. You need someone who holds the space while you return to it. Her throat tightened. Sometimes I'm afraid I don't know how to be alone. Luca nudged her shoulder gently with his. That's what friends are for. I stay beside you while you learn. He looked at her then, not with longing, but with certainty. I don't want anything from you, Elena. Not a version, not a role, just you, however you are, however long it takes. Her eyes burned unexpectedly. I think I forgot what that feels like. What? To be safe. From the street below, someone began singing a Sicilian folk song. The melody rose, light and nostalgic, weaving through the night. Luca stood and held out his hand. Come with me. Where? You asked too many questions. She took it, not because she needed someone to lead her, but because she was finally learning how to follow herself. They walked down the narrow staircase, laughter trailing after them like a harmless ghost. For the first time in months, Elena didn't feel like she was running. She felt like she was arriving. Chapter 9. When the Ocean Speaks First. The phone rang while Elena was slicing tomatoes in the kitchen. Not a notification, not a message, an actual call. The old landline, Nana Rose's, mounted on the wall with a faded cord like a vein. Elena froze. That phone rarely rang. Almost no one had the number. The second ring came slower, heavier, like a heartbeat with something lodged inside it. Luca looked up from the table, where he was tearing basil leaves. You expecting someone? He asked. No. The third ring. Elena wiped her hands on a kitchen towel, suddenly aware of her pulse in her neck. She crossed the kitchen slowly, as if every step was pulling her deeper into something she wasn't ready to face. She lifted the receiver. Pronto. A pause. Just breath. Wind. Distance. Then a voice she hadn't heard in 2 years. Elena. Her mother. Her stomach tightened so sharply, she almost dropped the phone. Mama. She said the word without meaning to. Elena. I didn't know if this number still existed. I wasn't sure you would answer. Elena leaned against the counter, knees weakening. I'm surprised you remembered it. Luca froze when he heard the tone of her voice and turned slowly, alert. There was a delay, time difference, continent, emotional gap. Then the voice returned, trembling. How are you? Elena laughed, but it wasn't a real laugh. More like a fragile crack. You lost the right to ask me that. I know. Soft. Broken. You're right. A sound in the background. Waves, maybe. Her mother now lived near the ocean too. A different ocean, wrong ocean. I heard about your grandmother. Her mother continued. I'm sorry. I should have called sooner. She should have done many things. Why are you calling now? Elena whispered, a shaky breath on the other end. I need to talk to you about something. The silence that followed wasn't silence. It was everything unsaid. I'm getting older, her mother said. I want us to try again. To rebuild. Rebuild. As if Elena were a damaged house and not a daughter. Elena swallowed, feeling the taste of salt. Not from the sea. Rebuild what? She asked. You left. You built another family. You chose someone else. There's nothing here to rebuild. That's not true, isn't it? Her mother's breath hitched. Elena, I made mistakes. But I never stopped loving you. The words fell flat, like postcards that never arrived. Elena looked at Luca. He was still seated at the table, motionless, eyes steady on her, not listening to the words, but reading the meaning in her shoulders. What do you want from me? Elena asked. I want you to visit, her mother said. Here, in Australia. Just once. Elena closed her eyes. Why now? A heavier pause. Because I'm not well. Those 4 words changed the temperature of the room. Not well. What do you mean? Elena whispered. I don't want to explain on the phone. I just want to see you. Before it's too late. Too late. Elena felt the kitchen tilt. She pressed her hand to the counter to steady herself. Her mother cleared her throat. Please don't hang up. I know I abandoned you. But I'm still your mother. No, Elena thought. You left that title behind at the airport. Her voice came out thin, almost childlike. Why didn't you take me with you? The receiver was quiet. Silence was the confession. I couldn't, her mother finally said. He didn't want complications. Elena. Luca's voice, soft, grounding, pulled her back to the kitchen. I have to go, she said sharply into the phone. Elena, wait, please. But Elena had already let go. She stared at the receiver in her hand for a long moment before placing it back in its cradle with a soft click. She didn't cry. She leaned on the counter, breathing through the weight of old wounds that suddenly felt new. Luca approached her slowly, as if not to scare a wild animal. Elena. She didn't look up. She left me, she whispered, and now she wants me to fix the ending so she can feel better. Luca didn't touch her. He just stood beside her, steady and close. You don't owe her peace, he said quietly. You owe yourself freedom. Elena's eyes stung, but no tears fell. Not yet. I don't know what to do, she admitted. You don't have to know tonight. His voice was low, certain. You survived the wound. You could survive the scar. She finally looked at him. Not at the comfort, not at the possibility of falling, but the one thing she hadn't expected to find. Safety. The next morning, Ortigia woke wrapped in a soft, milky light. Elena had barely slept. Her mother's voice still echoed somewhere inside her bones. Before it's too late. But she refused to let those words become her compass. She needed something else today. Something real. Something solid. Something that didn't leave. She grabbed the notebook, Nana Rosa's notebook, and walked toward Tommaso's restoration studio. The streets were still quiet, the market stalls only beginning to open. The savory smell of fried arancini drifted under doorways, mixed with the sea salt and the scent of rope and motor oil. Elena clutched the notebook to her chest like an anchor. When she reached the workshop, the door was slightly open. Tommaso was there, bent over a wooden table scattered with brushes, fabric scraps, and leather dyes. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing strong forearms dusted with charcoal. His hair fell across his forehead, the kind of careless perfection that wasn't intentional. He didn't hear her enter. He hummed softly while he worked, a slow, warm sound, like someone who didn't need the world to applaud in order to exist. Elena stood there a moment longer than necessary. Watching him wasn't dangerous. Feeling something was. She cleared her throat. Tommaso looked up and smiled. Not the kind of smile people give strangers, but the kind given to someone you were hoping to see. Elena, I was waiting for you. Waited. Her pulse shifted. I wasn't sure you'd be here this early. I start with the sun, he said simply. It keeps the ghosts quiet. She blinked. You believe in ghosts. I believe we carry them. He nodded toward the notebook. Ready. She placed it gently on the table. Tommaso turned it over, ran his thumb along the spine. I finished the restoration, he said. But I found something. Something. Her heart kicked like it tripped on itself. Tommaso carefully untied the linen string wrapped around the notebook, then opened the leather cover. The pages, yellowed, worn, looked cleaner now, less fragile. As he separated two sheets near the back, something slipped out. A thin envelope. Cream paper. Old handwriting. A ribbon. Tommaso held it between two fingers, careful not to smudge it. It was hidden inside the binding, he said. Your grandmother wanted it somewhere safe. Elena just stared. Her throat tightened. Her name was written on it. Elena. In Rosa's delicate handwriting. Tommaso placed the envelope gently in her hands. No rush. No intrusion. He stepped back and gave her space. Do you want me to leave you alone? Elena shook her head. No. Stay. Her fingers trembled as she broke the wax seal. Inside was a single folded page. She opened it. The voice of her grandmother unfolded with it. My Elena, if you're reading this, it means you have come home. When your mother left, something inside you closed. You began to believe that love leaves, that you must not ask, not need, not stay. But listen to me, little one. You are not the one who was left behind. You are the one who kept walking. One day, someone will love you the way you deserve, slowly, without fear. Do not run from that love. Do not run from yourself. Nana Rosa. Elena didn't realize she was crying until a tear fell on the paper. She covered her mouth with her hand. Tommaso moved closer, not to touch her, but so she wouldn't have to cry alone. Nana knew, she whispered. She knew I was scared. Even then. She saw you, Tommaso said softly. Elena pressed the letter against her chest. I don't know how to be loved without feeling like I owe something back. Tommaso studied her for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, you don't owe anything to someone who chooses to love you. Elena's breath caught. She looked at him, really looked at him. Tommaso didn't move toward her. He didn't try to touch her. He just held her gaze with a steadiness that felt like a promise. Come back tomorrow, he said. There's more to restore. She nodded, unable to speak. When she turned to leave, he added, Elena, sometimes the hardest thing isn't forgiving someone. She stopped. It's letting yourself be chosen. Her knees weakened. Her chest felt cracked open. Outside, Ortigia was loud and alive. But inside, something quiet had shifted. Chapter 10. The room no one entered. The rain began without warning. Not a storm, just a slow, persistent drizzle that blurred the edges of Ortigia and muffled its noise. Elena stood under the archway of the old courtyard, the letter from Nana Rosa tucked inside her coat like a pulse against her heart. She should have gone to the cafe or called Luca or done anything except come here. But the house had been calling her all afternoon. Not loudly, just persistently, like someone waiting for her to notice. She walked inside. The air smelled of starch, lemon, and dust warmed by old memories. The hallway creaked in small sighs. Elena passed the living room, the kitchen, the corridor of framed photographs. She stopped at a door, she had never opened. Nana Rosa's sewing room. The one that had always been closed. The one she had avoided since returning. The doorknob was cool under her hand. The lock gave easily, too easily. Inside, time hadn't moved. Bundles of lace rested on wooden shelves, jars filled with buttons, ribbons, needles. A dressmaker's mannequin stood in the corner like a silent witness. Dust covered everything like soft snow. Elena brushed her fingers over the table. A sewing machine, vintage, heavy, iron-bodied. A quiet monument. She stared at it too long. Something felt off, misaligned, like the room was holding its breath. Her eyes shifted to a cabinet, low and narrow, tucked beneath the window. Its drawers were labeled in Rose's neat cursive. Bianchi seat, Ricami. White silks embroidery. She opened the drawer marked Ricami. Inside were scraps of embroidered cloth and a small wooden box. Dark wood. No lock. Just a carved symbol on the lid. A tiny wave. Her pulse tapped against her ribs. She sat on the old chair and opened the box. Inside was a photograph. Black and white. Faded at the edges. A man stood near a fishing boat on a beach. Strong shoulders. Windswept hair. Eyes that felt too alive for a captured image. He wasn't her grandfather. She had never seen that man before. Behind him, handwritten, VM, 1968. VM. 2 letters. Like an initial and a surname. Or a secret that never made it into a story. But that wasn't everything. Under the photo was a folded piece of paper. Her hands trembled as she unfolded it. Not Rosa's handwriting this time. A man's. Rosa, if I can't stay, let me be the sea you return to. Yours, Vincenzo. Elena felt her breath stop. Her grandmother had had a lover. A man with a name. A man whose memory was hidden in a drawer like a confession stitched into fabric. Nana, Elena whispered, not sure if it was a question or a prayer. Why was this hidden? Why wasn't this part of the family narrative, the one told at lunches, birthdays, funerals? Elena put the photograph against the light. Something was written faintly along the edge. She tilted it. A coordinate. Numbers. Latitude and longitude. Her heart began a race. A place. A secret location. Elena grabbed her phone, typed the coordinates into the map app. A blue appeared on the screen. Her breathing hitched. It wasn't in Ortigia. It was across the island. A small cove on the coast, almost unreachable by road. A place only fishermen or locals would know. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Elena froze. Luca appeared in the doorway, wet from the rain, holding 2 paper bags from the bakery. You weren't answering your phone, he said, breathless. I brought cornetti. I figured you forgot to eat again. Elena didn't move. She held out the photograph and the letter. Luca, she whispered, I think my grandmother had a love story. A secret one. He came closer, curious, brow furrowing. He examined the coordinates on her phone. Elena, he said slowly, I know this place. Her voice was barely a breath. Can you take me there? Luca didn't hesitate. Yes. He looked at her then, not with pity, but with something steadier. This isn't just about her, he said. It's about what you find when you stop running. Elena looked at the man in the photograph. Maybe her grandmother had once stood on that hidden shore. Maybe she had chosen love and been brave enough to hide it. Maybe it was time Elena learned how to do the same. The car crawled along the coastal road like a tired animal. The sun was lowering, a molten orange sinking toward the sea, stretching shadows into long, quiet shapes. Elena sat in the passenger seat, the photograph of Vincenzo clutched in her hand. Her grandmother's secret lover. Luca kept both hands on the wheel. He wasn't talking, wasn't filling the silence with questions or opinions. He simply drove, focused on the road, aware of her breathing, aware of her tension. She watched the landscape blur by. Sharp cliffs dropping into the sea, wild-thyme bushes exploding between rocks, dry grass bending to the wind. It felt like driving toward memory, not geography. So, Luca finally said, voice low, How are you holding up? Elena pressed her forehead to the window, glass cool against her skin. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. That's allowed. She turned her head toward him. Luca wasn't looking at her, but she felt seen anyway. You know the place? She asked. He nodded. My father used to fish near that cove. The old fisherman called it La Cala del Permes, the Cove of Promises. A chill ran up her arms. And why that name? Luca gave a small shrug. Because people met there, to say things they couldn't say anywhere else. A place of secrets, like the box in Nana Rosa's sewing room, like the letter hidden in the notebook. Elena's fingers tightened around the photograph. She whispered, as much to herself as to him. I never knew my grandmother had a life before we existed. Luca smiled softly. All women have a story that started before someone called them mother or grandmother. Elena swallowed. She had never thought of Rosa that way. When they reached the end of the road, Luca parked under a crooked olive tree. The sky had turned violet. From here we walk, he said. Walk. The path was narrow, scratched between rocks, more suggestion than trail. They descended slowly, Elena following Luca's steps, the sound of the sea growing louder, deeper. Wind pushed her hair away from her face. Salt kissed her lips. Halfway down, Elena slipped, but Luca caught her hand. A firm, natural gesture. Not romantic, just present. You okay? She nodded, but she didn't let go of his hand right away. The cove revealed itself at once, sudden and breathtaking. A crescent of pale sand, dark rock framing emerald water. Wild, untouched, beautiful in the kind of way that hurt. Like a secret kept for decades. Elena felt her lungs expand, as if the air here was lighter or freer. This place, she whispered. Luca finished the thought for her. Feels like someone's memory. He led her toward the sand. The tide washed over their feet, warm and patient. Elena held out the photograph. This is him. Vincenzo, the man Nana loved. Luca studied the photo. He looks like someone who didn't stay still. And my grandmother, she said, was someone who never left. Two different currents. And yet, they met here. Elena walked toward the rocks, as if pulled by something she couldn't name. She ran her palm along the stone surface, warm, rough, alive. She was about to turn back when something caught her eye. A faint carving. Letters. She knelt, brushing sand with her hand. R+V. Her breath disappeared. Luca crouched beside her. Elena. The carving was deep into the stone, old but protected from tide and salt. It wasn't just initials. There was a date. 1968. Her chest tightened. They were here, she said. They stood exactly where we were standing. And they carved proof of choosing each other. Elena felt her throat burn. How do you choose someone? She whispered. When the world says you shouldn't? Luca didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the sea, thoughtful. Maybe love isn't about choosing what's easy. Maybe it's about choosing what's true. Elena closed her eyes. A wave curled at her feet. She finally understood why her grandmother hid the photograph and letter. Love wasn't always meant to be witnessed. Sometimes it was meant to be protected. They sat on a rock. Luca took out a thermos from his backpack. Tea, he said. She blinked. You brought tea. I bring tea everywhere. Life is unpredictable. Hydration is not. Elena laughed, really laughed. She took a sip. The taste was warm and herbal, like comfort. Luca leaned back on his hands. You know, when I look at that carving, he said softly, I don't see two people who couldn't be together. What do you see? Two people who refuse to regret not trying. Elena looked at him then. Really looked. Not at the friend. At the man. Kindness was rare. Freedom even rarer. Luca, I'm scared. I know. Of choosing wrong. He met her eyes. You won't. Not if you're choosing for yourself. A wave hit the rock, spraying them lightly with salt water. Elena inhaled. The sea didn't pull her away. It held her. And for the first time since returning to Ortigia, Elena realized something. She wasn't running anymore. She was searching. They stayed until the last light dissolved. Then, quietly, Lucas said, "We should go. The path is harder in the dark." Elena stood, still holding the photograph. "Thank you," she whispered. "For driving," he teased. "For staying." He smiled. "I told you. I don't leave." Different words. Different meaning. He wasn't saying he loved her. He was saying he wouldn't disappear. Not everyone leaves. Not everyone lets go. Elena walked beside him up the path. And for once, she wasn't afraid of what waited at the top. Chapter 11. The storm inside the walls. The sea smashed against the fortress walls of Castello Manius, sending white spray into the air like shattered glass. Elena had never seen the castle look so imposing. The wind whipped her hair across her face, and she clutched her jacket tighter around her body. The photograph of Vincenzo and her grandmother was folded in her pocket, its edges softening from how often she had held it. Luca was a few steps ahead. He looked back, his eyes asking if she was still sure. She wasn't, but she nodded anyway. Inside, the castle was dim and echoing, stone corridors colored by centuries of salt and wind. Tourists murmured here and there, scattered like shadows. Elena walked slowly, fingertips grazing the rough walls. The weight of history pressed on her chest. This place had seen wars, betrayals, hidden stories. Like hers, like her mother's, like her grandmother's. Lucas stopped near a lookout terrace where the waves crashed in relentless fury. "Elena," he said softly, "we don't have to do this today." She took a deep breath. The wind carried the scent of the sea, raw, restless, alive. "Yes," she said, "we do." Luca leaned on the stone railing, studying her face. "You're somewhere else right now." "I'm everywhere," she whispered. "The past, the present, all fighting inside me." Her voice cracked. "I'm tired of running from memories that aren't even mine." Luca didn't speak. He didn't try to fix her. He simply stayed, grounded, patient. And that was why she trusted him. They followed the coastal walkway along the castle's edge. The sea roared below like something feral and wounded. "Elena," Lucas said suddenly, "there's something I need to ask you." She stopped. His tone had changed, deeper, uncertain. "Why did you bring me into this?" he asked. "Your mother, the inheritance, your grandmother's secrets. You could have handled it alone." Elena looked at him, really looked at him. The wind pushed against them like a force trying to keep them apart. "I didn't bring you into it," she said. "You walked in on your own." He swallowed, eyes searching hers. "And Marco?" The name fell between them like a stone thrown into deep water. Elena felt the castle, the sea, the entire island contract around her. "You deserve honesty," she said. "Marco is my past. And what am I?" Luca whispered. "A distraction?" "No," she shook her head. "You're the reason I started breathing again." For a moment, Luca froze. His jaw tightened. A muscle in his throat moved. "You can't play with me," he said, voice raw. "I don't want to be your bandage." Elena stepped closer. The wind was wild, lifting her hair between them like a veil. "I'm not asking you to fix me," she said. "I'm asking you to stay." Luca closed his eyes. Then, slowly, like gravity pulling them together, his forehead touched hers. A fragile, trembling silence. "No promises," he murmured. "I'm not asking for promises," she replied. "Just truth." A sudden burst of rain crashed onto the terrace, sending tourists running for shelter. The storm had arrived. Elena laughed. An unexpected, breathless laugh, letting the rain soak her hair, her clothes, her fears. Lucas stared at her, eyes full of something fierce and unspoken. Then he grabbed her hand. "Come on." They ran through the rain, across slick stones, past arches and corridors echoing with their footsteps. Breathless, soaked alive, they reached the covered gallery and stopped, laughing uncontrollably. Lightning flashed over the sea. Elena leaned against the wall, gasping. I think I finally understand why my grandmother kept secrets, she whispered. Why? Because sometimes love doesn't fit inside the rules. Luca looked at her, as if seeing her for the first time. Elena, he murmured, you are not your mother. She blinked. A tear mingled with rain on her cheek. And I am not Marco, he added. She exhaled, a slow release of years of weight. Somewhere deep inside, something shifted, opened. He took her hand again, less frantic this time, more certain. But neither of them noticed the silhouette watching from the opposite gallery. A man, still, hidden in shadow. The rain blinded his face, but not the glint of determination in his eyes. Marco. He had followed her, and he had heard everything. Rain hammered the stone courtyard like 1,000 impatient hands. Elena and Luca stood under the archway, breath slowing, rain dripping from their hair and jackets. The castle was nearly empty now. Tourists had fled for cafes and taxis, but the sea had no intention of calming. Waves crashed against the outer walls, echoing like distant thunder inside the fortress corridors. Luca released her hand slowly. Elena, he murmured, watching her face. There was something like hope in his eyes, fragile but real. She opened her mouth to speak, but someone stepped out from the shadows. Marco. His clothes were soaked, his hair plastered to his forehead, but his expression was made of something sharp. Elena. Her stomach dropped. Marco, what are you doing here? He didn't answer her. His eyes were fixed on Luca like a weapon taking aim. So this is why you left Milan? Marco said. No message. No explanation. Just him. Elena stepped forward. I didn't owe you a goodbye letter. Marco laughed. A humorless, broken sound. You vanished, packed your things, and disappeared like we meant nothing. We ended before I left, she said quietly. You know that. No, Marco snapped. You decided that. I never agreed. Luca moved subtly closer to Elena, but Marco noticed. Stay away from her, he warned. Luca lifted his hands, not in surrender, but in clarity. I'm not the one she's running from. Marco's jaw tightened. And where are you supposed to be? He asked. Her savior. No, Luca's voice was steady. Just someone who listens. The rain hit harder, wind cutting through the archways like a blade. Elena felt the tension pulling tight between them. Two storms meeting. Marco, she said, go back to your hotel. We can talk tomorrow. No, he growled. We talk now. He took a step toward her. Luca stepped into his path. Don't, Luca warned. Marco's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You think you know her. You don't. I don't claim to know everything, Luca said. But I know she's not yours. Something snapped. Audible, electric. Marco shoved Luca. Luca didn't shove back. Elena, tell him, Marco demanded. Tell him there's nothing between you two. That this whatever this is, doesn't mean anything. Elena's heart crashed against her ribs. The rain suddenly felt colder. The castle darker. Luca turned to her, waiting, not pleading, just waiting for her truth. Elena, Marco said. Say it. Silence pulsed between them like a heartbeat. She inhaled, exhaled, and chose. There's something between us, she whispered. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. But it was final. Marco froze. Luca didn't smile. He didn't move. He simply looked at her like she'd become sunlight. Elena. Marco's voice trembled. You're throwing away years. For what? A dream? A phase? Some Sicilian fairy tale? She shook her head, tears hot in her eyes despite the rain. No, I'm choosing myself. Marco's face twisted, hurt morphing into anger. You'll regret this, he said. People always leave you, Elena. Your father, your mother, and now. Stop, Elena whispered, voice breaking. You don't get to use my wounds as weapons. Marco stared at her, stunned, as if he had never seen her before. Elena. He reached out to touch her arm. She stepped back. He lowered his hand. His breath shook. "I came here to bring you home," he said. "I didn't realize you'd already found one." He turned and walked into the rain, disappearing through the stone corridor. He didn't look back. The waves crashed against the castle walls, and somewhere deep inside her chest something unlatched, finally free. Luca exhaled slowly. "You okay?" he asked. Elena wiped her cheek. "Ask me tomorrow." He nodded. "We should get out of here," he said. "Storm's getting worse." But before they could move, a sudden gust of wind slammed a loose balcony shutter somewhere above them. A metallic clang echoed through the courtyard. Elena jumped. Luca instinctively grabbed her hand again, and under the roar of the wind, Elena heard it. A faint, hollow sound. Thud. From deeper inside the castle. Luca turned toward the noise, alert. "Elena," he said slowly, "we're not alone." The corridor was narrow, carved into stone that had held centuries of salt and secrets. The sound they'd heard, soft, hollow, unmistakably real, echoed again. Thud. Luca flashed his phone light ahead of them, illuminating the damp walls. The storm outside hammered on the castle roof, shaking the air like distant artillery. "Elena," he whispered, "you stay behind me." She didn't. She stepped forward. The corridor ended at a wooden door. Unlike the surrounding stone walls, it looked newer, reinforced, and it had no handle, only a keyhole the size of a tear. "Castello Manius doesn't have private rooms open to tourists," Luca murmured. "How do you know?" "I might have gotten lost in here when I was a kid," he admitted. Despite the tension, Elena felt a small tug at her chest, a smile trying to exist. She crouched and touched the lock. The metal was cold, but something about the keyhole felt familiar, like she'd seen that shape before. Her breath caught. "The key," she whispered. "The one you found in your grandmother's sewing box," Lucas said, nodding. "You brought it today, didn't you?" Elena hesitated. Then she reached in her jacket pocket and pulled out the old brass key. It fit. Not perfectly, but enough. She turned it. A soft click answered. The door groaned open. Inside, dust greeted them in a slow dance. The room smelled of paper, aged, sacred, forgotten. A single window faced the sea. Lightning flashed, illuminating a wooden desk, brittle folders, a typewriter covered with a cloth, and a metal file cabinet with a tag. Militaire, Archivio Personnel. Luca closed the door behind them. "This room looks like someone left in a hurry," he said. Elena's pulse raced. On the desk, tied with a thin rope, lay a bundle of letters. She reached for them. The top envelope was addressed in elegant handwriting. Rosa Ferri, Via del Viole, Ortigia. Her grandmother's address. Her breath caught. "Elena," Luca whispered, "these are letters to your grandmother." Elena untied the rope. The ink was faded, the paper fragile around the edges. She unfolded the first letter. "My Rosa, I watch the sea every morning and wonder if the waves know your name the way I do." Her hands trembled. This wasn't just an affair. This was love. A love she had never known her grandmother to be capable of. She continued reading. "I dream of a day when we won't have to hide, when the world will bend, even just a little, to let us exist." Tears blur the ink. "Elena." Luca's voice was strange. Tight. He had opened the file cabinet. Inside were folders stamped with the same name. Vincenzo Taviano, Guardia Maritima. And then, at the bottom drawer, a different file. Dossier. Relocation request. Messina/Australia. Elena froze. "Australia," she whispered. Luca read from the file. "It says the transfer was approved. And look, date, December 1972. The same year my mother was born," Elena said. Lightning split the sky. The room seemed to tilt. "Elena," Lucas said slowly, turning toward her, "what if Vincenzo isn't just your grandmother's secret?" She shook her head. "No, no." But the thought was there. The storm pounded the windows. Wind shoved against the door, as if the island itself wanted to speak. Elena, what if Vincenzo is connected to your mother? A shadow fell across the threshold. Someone was outside. A dark silhouette. Tall. Still. Marco. No. A flashlight beam hit the glass of the room's small window, sweeping the space. Security. Elena, Luca muttered. We're not supposed to be here. Heavy footsteps approached. The handle rattled violently. Open the door. A deep voice commanded. Luca grabbed the letters and the folder, shoving them into Elena's tote bag. Elena, run. He pulled her toward a second door she hadn't noticed before. Lower, hidden behind a loose stone panel. He pushed. It opened into a steep, narrow staircase. The guards forced the main door open. Elena now. They ran. Down into darkness. Down into the belly of the castle. Down into secrets that did not want to stay buried. The staircase spiraled downward, carved straight into the belly of the fortress. The air grew colder, damp, smelling of salt and metal. Luca's phone light cut a thin blade through the darkness. Elena, watch your step, he whispered. She didn't answer. Her heart was beating too loudly, against her ribs, against her throat, against everything she thought she knew about her family. Vincenzo, her grandmother, Australia. The pieces no longer looked random. They looked like fate. The corridor widened suddenly, and they found themselves in a low-ceilinged chamber. The walls were lined with old maritime equipment, rusted chains, hooks, wooden crates that had turned soft with time. Lucas swept his flashlight across the floor. There was a track. Not dust, footprints. Fresh. Someone's been here recently, he murmured. A loud metallic slam echoed above them. The guards had reached the hidden passage. Elena, come on. They ran again. The corridor narrowed into a long, arched tunnel. Every few meters, there were metal rings embedded in the wall. Old mooring points for ships that had long disappeared. Is this, Elena breathed, a passage to the sea? Luca nodded. The castle was built to defend the port. This must have been used to move supplies or people. Elena stopped. Or letters, she whispered. Letters from someone who couldn't be seen walking through the main entrance. Her grandmother. Vincenzo. Of course. Her mind raced. Her mother's birth year. The transfer request to Australia. None of it was accidental. Luca touched her arm. Not guiding, grounding. We'll read everything when we're safe. I promise. They pushed forward. After several minutes, a faint glow appeared ahead. Blue. Trembling. Not electric. Water light. The tunnel opened into a cavernous chamber, shaped like a rib cage. The roof arched overhead, dripping. The floor sloped toward the sea, where moonlight shimmered over black waves. An old stone ramp descended directly into the water. It wasn't just a room. It was a secret dock. Elena, Luca murmured. This is incredible. She walked toward the water, her shoes splashing in the shallow film on the ramp. Her voice was barely a breath. Vincenzo could leave letters here, and my grandmother could retrieve them without being seen. The sea surged, lapping at the ramp. Luca turned back toward the tunnel. We don't have much time. Footsteps echoed above. The guards were close. He took her hand and started running, toward a narrow exit carved into the far side of the chamber. The opening led to a set of wet stone steps that climbed steeply toward the harbor outside the castle walls. Behind them, a guard's voice boomed. Stop. You can't be down there. Luca grabbed Elena's hand tighter. We're not stopping. They climbed, slipping, scrambling, breathless, until they emerged outside, behind the castle, on a strip of rocky shoreline where waves crashed against the stone. The storm had moved offshore, leaving the air sharp and clean. They ran toward the streetlights of the marina. Only when they reached a narrow alley between two old fishermen's warehouses did they stop, backs pressed against the wall, chests heaving. Luca leaned his head back, eyes closed. That was insane. Elena didn't speak. She slowly reached into her bag and pulled out the letters and the dossier. The edges were damp but intact. She opened the folder again. Inside, between military stamps and transfer approvals, was a single handwritten note, newer than the others. Her fingers trembled as she unfolded it. Rosa never knew the truth. Neither did your mother. Don't let the sea take another generation of fairy women. It wasn't signed. Luca frowned. Elena, that's not Vincenzo's handwriting. No, she whispered. Her voice trembled. It isn't. Someone else had placed this message in the archive. Someone alive. Someone who wanted her to find it. Elena raised her eyes to Luca, panic spreading like cold water through her veins. Luca, this isn't just a love story from the past. It's a warning. Before Luca could respond, headlights cut through the alley. A car rolled toward them, slow, deliberate. Elena's breath caught. Marco's car. But the driver wasn't Marco. The door opened. A woman stepped out. Sun-kissed skin. Elegant posture. Eyes that Elena had only seen in pictures for years. Elena, the woman said, voice breaking. It was her mother. Chapter 12. What her mother didn't say. For a second, she thought the storm had pulled someone out of her memory and dressed them in flesh. Her mother stood there in the rain, Marco's car at her back, her hair darker from the water, her eyes the same unfamiliar shade she remembered from the photographs in Australia, warm, distant, undecided. Elena, she said again. Her name sounded wrong in her mouth, like a word pronounced in the wrong language. Lucas shifted beside her, shoulders tensing almost imperceptibly. She felt him there, a quiet line of strength at her side. Marco's car ticked as the engine cooled, rain tapping against the metal like impatient fingers. You shouldn't be here, she heard herself say. It wasn't what she meant. She meant, you left. You chose another life. You don't get to arrive in hers with her ex-boyfriend's car and expect the world to rearrange itself around you. But the words stayed inside her ribs, pressed flat like old paper. I know, she answered, voice catching. But I came anyway. She took a step forward, then stopped as if she'd reached the edge of something she couldn't see. Did Marco bring you? She asked, the question sharper than she intended. Yes, she said. He picked me up in Catania, then took the train back. He said you might not want both of us here at once. Of course he did. The rain slid down the side of her face. She didn't wipe it away. Luca cleared his throat gently. I'll give you space, he murmured. His hand brushed hers, light, anchoring, before he stepped back toward the shadows of the alley. He didn't leave. He just moved far enough that her mother and she were alone with their ghosts. She looked smaller than she remembered, the way people shrink when you start seeing them as human instead of myth. You look like your grandmother, she said, a fragile smile appearing and disappearing in the same breath. Except the eyes. Those are mine. You gave them away, she said before she could stop herself. Her smile broke. They stood there, two women tied to the same sea and the same blood, separated by a continent made of choices and silence. I got your message, she went on. The one about Australia. The one where you said I was wasting my time here. I shouldn't have said that, she replied quickly. I was afraid. Of what? She asked. Of me staying? Or of me becoming something you left behind? The wind pushed a sheet of rain across the stones. Somewhere behind them, a door slammed and a man cursed in dialect. Life went on around their confrontation, indifferent. She wrapped her arms around herself. Of you making the same mistakes I did, she whispered. She thought of the letters in her bag, the dossier stamped with transfers and approvals, the note in someone else's handwriting. Rosa never knew the truth. Neither did your mother. Don't let the sea take another generation of fairy women. You don't even know what those mistakes are, she said. Nana kept you in the dark. She kept me there too. Her mother swallowed. Rosa did what she thought was best. She lied. She snapped. She hid an entire life. An entire love. There was a man, Vincenzo. Her face changed. She knew the name. You knew, she breathed. You knew about him. Not everything, she said. I knew he existed. I knew he loved her. I knew she sent him away. Or he left. I never understood which. She stopped talking about him the year before we moved from Messina. After that, she shook her head. Your grandmother closed the door and pretended the room never existed. The hidden chamber under the castle flashed in her mind. The letters, the transfer, the warning. Why Australia? She asked. Why so far? Why leave me? Her shoulders sagged as if the rain had finally soaked through all her pretending. I didn't leave you, she said softly. I was sent away. The words knocked the breath out of her. What? I was 19, she continued, eyes fixed somewhere over her shoulder, on the sea, or the past, or both. I was angry, restless, in love with the idea of leaving. Rosa and I fought all the time. One night, there was an incident at the port. Someone got hurt. Someone powerful. Your grandmother said if I didn't go, if I stayed, the sea would swallow us both. Her heart pounded. Who? She whispered. Who was hurt? She shook her head again, quicker this time. I never knew the whole story. Rosa packed my suitcase, pushed a ticket into my hand, and put me on a boat. She said it was for my own safety, that she was buying me a future. She promised she'd send for you when things were calm. But she never did, she said. No, her mother agreed, her voice a thread. By then she'd changed her mind. She said uprooting you would break you. She said you belonged to the island, not to me. A laugh escaped her, sharp, humorless. So she got to decide who I belonged to. I let her decide, her mother admitted. I was a coward. I built a life on the other side of the world and taught myself how not to look back. And now? She asked, why are you here now? She hesitated. The storm seemed to lean closer. Because a man called me 2 weeks ago, she said finally. He said he was an old friend of your grandmother's. That Rosa was gone, that you were going through her things, that certain truths would come out whether we were ready or not. His name. She pressed. She closed her eyes like saying it hurt. Vincenzo. The name landed between them like a dropped anchor. He told me, she went on, that there were things even Rosa hadn't understood. That what happened at the port that night wasn't her fault, or mine. That there was danger in the shadows of this town I never wanted you to meet. And you came to warn me? She asked. I came because I'm tired of hiding, she said. Her eyes glistened, not with the easy tears of regret, but with something raw. And because for the first time I realized I didn't just lose my mother. I lost my daughter too. Silence stretched, packed with everything neither of them knew how to say. I don't know how to forgive you, she whispered. Not yet. I'm not asking for forgiveness, she replied quickly. I'm asking for a chance to be here, to stand beside you while you dig up what I was too afraid to touch. She took a breath, the kind that seemed to reach all the way down to the years they'd lost. Stay at the house, she heard herself say. For now. There's a room facing the courtyard. You can have that. Her lips parted in surprise. Are you sure? No, she admitted. But I'm tired of talking to ghosts. Something in her face shifted. Relief, grief, love that had nowhere safe to live yet. I'm staying in a small pensione near the marina tonight, she said. I'll come by in the morning. Give you space to breathe. Space. Everyone kept offering it to her. No one seemed to realize how heavy space could become when it settled on your chest. She turned to go, then paused. Marco cares about you, she said, even from a distance. He was the only one who didn't talk about you like a problem to solve. When I called him, he didn't hesitate. She didn't have an answer for that. When she disappeared into the rain, the alley felt wider and emptier at once. Luca moved back toward her, his footsteps soft on the wet stone. You okay? He asked. No, she said, but I think that's the point. They walked home in silence, the letters in her bag pressing against her hip, her mother's presence pressing against her thoughts. That night, she lay awake in her grandmother's bed and listened to the storm gathering over the water. Somewhere between thunder and dawn, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. A message from Marco. "I'm on my way back to Ortigia. We need to talk. No more avoiding." She stared at the words until they blurred. Outside, the sea shifted restlessly against the rocks, as if the island itself were bracing for the conversations that no one could postpone any longer. The night smelled like rain. Elena stood on the balcony of her grandmother's house, the one that was still half filled with memories and half filled with ghosts. The shutters trembled with every gust of wind, and the sea below was no longer the calm silver mirror she had stared at in other nights. It was restless, agitated, like something was pushing from underneath, just like her heart. She wrapped her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. She could still feel the warmth of Marco's voice from the phone call earlier. "I'm on my way back to Ortigia. We need to talk. No more avoiding." Those words shouldn't have made her chest tighten, but they did. The sky cracked open with a low growl of thunder. Elena closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. She wasn't afraid of storms. She was afraid of truths. Behind her, Luca leaned against the doorframe, hands casually tucked into the pockets of his jeans. "You sure you're ready to see him?" he asked, not with jealousy, but with the protective gentleness that came so naturally to him. Elena didn't answer right away. She watched lightning ripple over the sea, illuminating the rooftops of Ortigia for a heartbeat. The wind tugged at her hair. "No," she finally whispered, "but I'm tired of running." Lucas stepped onto the balcony beside her. "Whatever happens, you're not alone. Not anymore." She smiled, small, grateful, and placed a hand over his. A sudden flash of headlights cut through the rain-blurred street below. A car door slammed. Footsteps splashed against wet stone. Marco. He didn't ring the bell. He didn't text. He just appeared, drenched, breathing hard, hair flattened by the rain. "Elena," he called from the street. "Please come down." Her pulse jumped. Luca squeezed her shoulder lightly. "Go. He needs to say something." The stairway felt impossibly long. Her heartbeat echoed faster than her steps. When she finally reached the street, Marco was standing beneath the dim lamp, water dripping from his jacket. He looked like someone who had run through a storm without fear of being struck. "Elena," his voice broke slightly. "I shouldn't have left without explaining. I panicked. Everything felt too real." She swallowed. "You didn't owe me anything." "Yes, I did." He stepped closer. The rain softened into a mist around them, turning the street reflective like liquid glass. "I saw the letter," he continued. "From Vincenzo. I shouldn't have read it. I know. But it made me realize something." Her breath hitched. "What?" "That secrets don't disappear just because we bury them. They come back, and they demand an answer." He reached out, brushing a wet curl from her cheek. "I don't want to be another secret in your life. Not the kind you regret." The thunder rolled above them. Emotion swelled in her throat, thick and unsteady. She wanted to speak, to confess everything, but her words wouldn't form. Marco cupped her face with both hands. "If you don't want anything with me, tell me. I'll walk away right now." His eyes softened. "But if you feel even half of what I feel." Elena stepped back, rain trickling down her neck. "I don't know what I feel," she whispered. Luca is your friend." Marco cut in gently. "I see how he looks at you. He protects you. He'd do anything for you. But he's not who your heart runs to." Another flash of lightning lit the street, and behind Elena, Lucas stood under the archway, watching. Not with anger, not with defeat, but with acceptance. He turned away, giving her the space she needed. Elena wiped her face, though she wasn't sure if the water on her cheeks was rain or tears. "I'm trying to understand my life here," she confessed. "My grandmother, the secrets, the letters. I'm afraid of choosing wrong." Marco took her hands, gripping them as if anchoring her. "Elena, storms don't ask permission to arrive. Feelings don't either." The rain grew stronger. Wind swirled around them, lifting her hair like something out of a movie scene. She felt suspended between past and future, between safety and desire, between two very different men. "Let's go somewhere," Marco murmured, brushing his thumb over her knuckles. "Somewhere you can breathe." "Elena," someone called from the end of the street. She turned. A man stood under a broken umbrella, soaked, panting. His voice cracked with urgency, raw, shaken. "I need to speak with you. It's about your grandmother. It's important." Marco stiffened. Elena froze. The storm swallowed the space between them. Rain hammered against the ancient stone buildings of Ortigia, turning every alleyway into a blurred watercolor of lights and shadows. Elena stared at the man with the broken umbrella, his silhouette trembling under the storm. He wasn't young. He wasn't a stranger. The lamp above him flickered, illuminating his face. White hair, sharp eyes, bright with desperation. A face she recognized from one of the fading photographs in the old wooden box. "No, impossible. Vincenzo," Elena whispered, voice barely audible over the storm. The man lowered the useless umbrella. "My name is Vincenzo Aiello." Marco stiffened beside her. Luca, still under the archway behind them, straightened as if the air had suddenly become charged. Elena's pulse stumbled. "You can't be," she said, shaking her head. "You're my grandmother's Vincenzo died years ago." His eyes softened with pain. "She told you that." Elena felt the world slip sideways. She told me nothing," she admitted. "She kept secrets. My whole life." "I know," Vincenzo whispered. "And that's why I'm here." He stepped closer, rain soaking through his coat, his hands trembling, not from cold, but from urgency. "You found her letter. The one she wrote me," he said. Elena swallowed. "The letter where she said goodbye." "No," Vincenzo corrected with a raw tremor in his voice. "The letter where she begged me to protect you." The street seemed to fall silent, even with the thunder. Marco looked at Vincenzo with suspicion. "Protect her from what?" Vincenzo hesitated, then pulled a sealed envelope from his coat. It was warped from humidity, stamped decades ago, edges yellowed by time. Elena stared at the familiar handwriting. Her grandmother's. "To Elena. For when she is ready." Her throat tightened. "She wrote this the night before she died," Vincenzo said. "And she made me promise, on everything we had, to keep it until you came looking." Elena's heart pounded. "My grandmother didn't know I'd come here." Vincenzo smiled sadly. "She knew your heart better than you think." A roar of thunder shook the balconies above them, but Elena barely felt the rain soaking her clothes anymore. Her world had narrowed down to the envelope. She reached for it. Vincenzo didn't release it. "Before you read it," he said, eyes burning with a truth too heavy for the night, "you need to understand something." He looked at Marco, then at Luca. Old love and new chapters, past and present. "She loved me," Vincenzo said, voice breaking. "But she didn't leave your grandfather because of me. She left because something happened. Something dangerous. Something she never forgave herself for." Elena's heartbeat stuttered. "What happened?" Vincenzo shook his head. "That's what the letter is for." He finally let go of the envelope. Elena's fingers closed around it, cold, trembling. The storm seemed to hold its breath. Vincenzo stepped back, turning into the rain. "I kept her secret for 50 years. Tonight, I pass it to you." He began walking away, silhouette fading into the downpour. "You're making a mistake," Marco called after him. "You can't just drop this on her and walk away." Vincenzo paused without turning. "I kept it because I loved her," he said softly. "I leave it because it's time Elena learns whom she inherited her courage from." He disappeared around the corner. Elena held the envelope against her chest, rainwater mixing with her tears. Marco touched her arm gently. "Elena, you don't have to do this alone." Luca moved closer too, silent but steady. Elena looked at the letter, at Marco's hand on her arm, at Luca's unwavering presence. at the storm that refused to stop. "No," she whispered. "I'm done being afraid." She slid her finger under the seal and opened the envelope. Inside was a folded letter and a small photograph. A baby, wrapped in a hospital blanket. On the back, her grandmother's handwriting. "Not your grandfather's child." Elena stared, breath frozen in her lungs. Marco whispered her name, a question laced with shock. Luca's expression turned protective, fierce. The letter slipped from Elena's fingers, fluttering like a wounded bird before landing in a puddle, ink beginning to bleed. "Elena," Marco said, reaching out. But she didn't feel his touch. She didn't feel the rain. All she could hear was her grandmother's voice, echoing from the past. Some promises never wash away. Chapter 13. The truth written in her hand. The letter shook in Elena's wet hands as she knelt under the stone archway, trying to shield it from the rain. Marco and Luca hovered a few steps behind, two different worlds waiting on her breath, while the storm raged around them like a warning. Her grandmother's handwriting looked steady, elegant, untouched by panic or the weight of secrets that had scarred an entire family line. Elena unfolded the page. "My Elena, if you are reading this, it means you have returned to Ortigia, and it means you found Vincenzo." Her throat closed. She kept reading. "You will hear many versions of my story. Some will make me a villain. Some will make me a fool in love." A tear slid down her cheek, warm despite the cold. "But only this is true. I lived a moment of happiness that I never forgave myself for." Elena's stomach twisted. "When you were born, I held you in my arms and felt everything in the world settle into place. You were mine, not by blood, but by destiny." Elena blinked, stunned. "Not by blood." Marco stepped closer. "Elena, do you want us to give you space?" She shook her head and kept going. "Your mother came to me at 17, terrified, alone. She said she couldn't be a mother. She said she wanted to disappear." A sharp ache flared behind Elena's ribs. "I made a choice that night. I told everyone that you were mine." Elena read the next line 3 times, because her brain refused to accept the meaning. "Your biological father is not in Italy. He never knew you existed. Australia took your mother away, and I let it." Rainwater dripped from the arch, mixing with her tears. Luca crouched beside her, silent support. The words blurred. "I kept your existence hidden to protect you. From shame, from gossip, from the cruelty of an island that forgives sins only if they are committed by man." Elena's breath trembled. She felt like she was 9 years old again, lost, desperate for answers that nobody would give her. "But hiding you cost me your mother." The ink at the bottom of the page had smudged where a tear once fell, her grandmother's tear, not Elena's. She left for Australia, not to build a new life, but to run from the one she refused to face. If she ever comes back, do not hate her. Hate breaks every woman in this family. You must be the one who chooses love. Elena pressed the paper to her chest. Marco watched her, his eyes soft, full of a tenderness she didn't expect. Luca spoke first, voice low. "This doesn't change who you are. It changes everything." Elena whispered. The letter wasn't finished. "One last truth, Elena. Love is not weakness. Neither is forgiveness. Go find her, and tell her she was wrong." Elena's eyes filled again as she read the final line. "You were never a mistake." The letter slipped from her hands. She wasn't crying because she was broken. She was crying because suddenly, violently, her life made sense. All the distance, all the coldness, all the unanswered questions. Marco knelt in front of her, brushing wet hair from her face. "Elena, you don't have to go through this alone." She looked into his eyes she had once trusted, then doubted, and still wasn't sure how to categorize. "I think I need to be alone," she whispered. Marco froze, hurt flickering across his expression. Lucas stood, rain dripping from his jawline, voice steady and grounded. "Whatever you choose, We're here. Both of us. Elena stood too, letter pressed against her heart. The storm broke open, lightning racing across the sky as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. She took a step back from both of them. I need to find my mother. Neither man stopped her. She walked into the rain, barefoot on ancient stones, hair plastered to her skin, tears indistinguishable from the downpour. But her steps were steady. For the first time, Elena Ferri wasn't running away. She was running toward something, toward answers, toward truth, toward the woman who had let her go. The sea roared against Ortigia's walls, as if urging her on. And somewhere in Australia, a story waited to be rewritten. The rain had already stopped when Elena reached the door of Tommaso's workshop. The signed rare book Restoration swung slightly in the wind, the chain above it creaking like an old throat clearing itself. She hesitated, hand hovering above the brass handle. Her clothes were still damp from the storm. Her hair clung to her face like black seaweed. Inside, soft yellow lights spilled across wooden tables, magnifying lenses, brushes thinner than eyelashes. And at the center, lying open like a confession waiting to be spoken, was the diary. Tommaso looked up. He wasn't like Luca, grounded, solid, or like Marco, familiar and dangerous. Tommaso was all quiet fire and steady hands, ink under the skin instead of passion in the veins. "Elena," he said, voice low, "you're soaked." She stepped inside. "I need answers." Tommaso studied her face, not just the redness around her eyes, but the hollowness that grief leaves when it settles in. "Sit," he said gently. She did. The chair was cold. Her fingers trembled. Tommaso pulled the diary closer, handling it the way a believer handles a relic. The leather cover was cracked, softened by decades of touch. The ribbon bookmark, her grandmother's, was frayed. "I started the restoration last night," he said, "and I found something." Elena's breath went shallow. He flipped the final pages with reverence until he reached the back cover. There, hidden between the spine and the fabric lining, was a slit, a seam that shouldn't exist. With a scalpel, Tommaso slid the blade between the layers and gently pried them apart. A folded sheet emerged, yellowed with time. Elena stared at it, pulse hammering. "What is that?" Tommaso didn't answer. His hands were careful, almost ceremonial. He unfolded the paper, smoothing it on the desk. On the sheet, in her grandmother's handwriting, December 3rd, Sydney, Australia. And underneath, "Vincenzo knows. I can't take Elena with me. They would never forgive me." Elena's stomach fell. She leaned closer, words strangled. "My grandmother was in Australia." Tommaso nodded. "There's more." He flipped the page. A photograph slipped out, black and white, edges soft with age. A woman, young, fierce, standing beside a man on the deck of a ferry. Behind them, unmistakable, was the Sydney Harbor Bridge. The man had his arm around her grandmother. Not platonically, intimately. Elena touched the photo with a trembling hand. "My nana, she had a life there." Tommaso looked at her with something tender and complicated. She didn't tell anyone. Silence flooded the room. Elena stared at the handwriting on the page, the loops and flourishes identical to the letter she had found under the rain. "Vincenzo knows." The name hit her chest like a wave. "Vincenzo," she whispered. He wasn't just someone she loved. He was part of the secret. Tommaso nodded. And she didn't want you growing up in the middle of that scandal. So she erased her past. Elena sank into the chair, the weight of knowledge pinning her down. Tommaso leaned back on the table, arms crossed. Not defensive, but protective. "You don't owe the past anything," he said quietly. "Not your mother's choices. Not your grandmother's secrets. You get to choose what happens next." His voice softened. "You don't have to go to Australia because she left you. You can go because you deserve the truth." Her gaze snapped to his. "You think I should go?" His eyes didn't waver. I think you spend your whole life living inside someone else's silence. A tear slipped down her cheek before she could stop it. Tommaso reached for her hand, not to pull her closer, just to steady her. His thumb brushed the back of her palm, slow, reverent. She didn't pull away. I'm not good for you, she whispered. Tommaso smiled, small and sad. I'm not asking for good. He paused, breathing her in. I'm asking for honest. She closed her eyes, shaking. Elena, he said softly, go find her. The decision formed inside her. Not a storm, not a crisis, but a clarity. She stood, gathering the diary and the photo. When she turned to leave, Tommaso's voice reached her back. If you come back, he said, come back for yourself. Not for me. Elena looked over her shoulder. I don't know what I'll find there. Tommaso lowered his eyes to the diary. Maybe that's the point. She walked out into the night, the streets shining with the last remnants of rain. For the first time in her life, she wasn't afraid of the unknown. She was walking toward it. Chapter 14. The ticket in her hand. The travel agency wasn't glamorous. A faded poster of the Sydney skyline curled at the edges on the wall. A dusty plant drooped near the window. The air smelled faintly of toner and salt water, the scent of desperation and possibility. Elena stood in front of the counter, her hands resting on the smooth surface, the diary tucked under one arm. Her voice came out steady. One ticket to Sydney. The woman behind the counter, a middle-aged Sicilian with reading glasses perched halfway down her nose, stared at her, as if she had asked for a ticket to the moon. One way or round trip? Elena swallowed. Round trip meant safety. Round trip meant the option to return to the life she knew. Comfortable, predictable, incomplete. Her fingers tightened around the diary. One way. The woman nodded slowly, tapping keys. Behind Elena, outside the large front window, Ortigia moved at its usual rhythm. Fishermen unloaded crates of silver-skinned sardines from their boats. A couple argued animatedly in front of a cafe. Children chased a stray dog down the pier. Life continued, as if Elena wasn't about to tear hers apart. The printer spat out the ticket. The woman slid it toward her. Buona fortuna. Elena walked out clutching the paper, the ink still warm. The seafront wind tried to steal it from her fingers, tugging at the edges like an impatient child. She held on. I'm really doing this. She walked along the pier, wooden planks groaning under her steps. The late afternoon sun turned the sea into a sheet of blazing copper. Ortigia had always been a cradle. Narrow streets, lemon trees, eldest secrets, but today it felt like a boundary. Something creaked behind her. Elena. Luca. He was standing near the edge of the pier, wind tossing his hair, hands in the pockets of his jacket. How did you find me? She asked. You weren't hard to find. He tried to smile, but his eyes were shadowed. His gaze dropped to the ticket in her hand. So it's real. She nodded. Luca didn't speak at first. When he finally did, his voice was low. I won't try to stop you. She waited. But I won't pretend this is easy. A wave struck the rocks below, spraying mist over them. Elena brushed the droplets from her cheek, unsure whether they were seawater or tears. Luca, I don't know what I'm going to find there. You're going to find yourself. His words struck deeper than expected. She looked at him, steady, kind, the kind of person who shows up even when you don't deserve it. I don't want to lose you, she whispered. You won't. He hesitated. Unless you decide I don't belong in the life you want. She stepped closer, pressing the ticket against her stomach, as if her body could protect her decisions. Come with me, she murmured. Luca froze. The sea breathed between them. Elena, you're searching for your mother, your past, your answers. He shook his head gently. I can't be a passenger in that. His honesty hurt more than rejection. She reached for his hand. He let her take it. For a moment, they stood like that, tethered by something that wasn't love. Not yet, but wasn't friendship anymore. The sky dimmed to lavender. When she finally let go, Luca's hand fell slowly, as if reluctant to leave hers. "When do you leave?" he asked. "Tomorrow morning." He closed his eyes, absorbing it. Then he exhaled. "In that case, you should go home. Pack. Rest." Elena nodded. She turned to walk away, but Luca called out softly, "Elena." She stopped. "When you meet her, don't forget who you became without her." She didn't turn around. If she did, she might not leave. Back at her grandmother's house, she placed the ticket on the kitchen table. The house smelled of basil and old wood. The sea murmured beyond the shutters, as if whispering encouragement. She packed slowly. A few dresses, a sweater from Marco she still hadn't thrown away, the diary, wrapped carefully in a scarf. When she finished, she sat on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The house was silent. "I'm ready," she whispered into the dark. But the truth pulsed in her bloodstream. She was terrified. Still, she didn't stop moving forward. Because sometimes courage wasn't loud. Sometimes it was a single step, and a ticket in your hand. The plane touched down with a jolt that snapped Elena out of a half-sleep. 12,000 kilometers, 3 airports, 21 hours of travel, compressed into one violent exhale of rubber on asphalt. Sydney. The word pulsed through her veins like adrenaline. People were already unbuckling before the seatbelt light switched off, rushing to stand as if proximity to the exit would shorten their waiting. Elena didn't move. She stared out the window at the tarmac shimmering with afternoon heat. The sky was aggressively blue, the type of blue that didn't exist in Sicily. She whispered it to herself. "I'm here." The cabin slowly emptied. Elena rose, grabbed her carry-on, and followed the stream of passengers into the jet bridge. Hot air wrapped around her, scented with eucalyptus and sunscreen. She walked through immigration, her passport sweating in her grip. A new country, a new life, a past about to collapse into the present. At the immigration desk, the officer glanced at her passport, then at her face. Purpose of visit. Elena opened her mouth, but no sound came out. What was she supposed to say? "I came to find the woman who abandoned me." She cleared her throat. "Visiting family." His stamp hit the page with a thud. "Welcome to Australia." The sliding doors opened, and suddenly Elena was standing in the arrivals hall, a cavern of glass and echoing voices. Families reunited with screams and tears. Backpackers high-fived over duffel bags. A businessman yelled into his phone in Mandarin. Elena stood still, suitcase handle gripped so tightly her knuckles whitened. What if she doesn't want to see me? What if she looks at me and feels nothing? A voice pierced the noise. Elena. Her heart stopped. She turned. Her mother stood 10 meters away. Short hair now, sun-bleached golden. Linen shirt rolled at the sleeves. Freckles she never noticed before. She looked healthy, solid, like someone who had been living a life, not hiding from it. But what froze Elena wasn't any of that. It was the expression. Shock, then fear, then something like pain. "Elena," her mother whispered again, this time with a tremor. The ocean roared in Elena's ears, even though they were standing in a polished airport surrounded by fluorescent lights and vending machines. Her legs moved before she could think. They stopped one step apart, close enough to touch, too far to forgive. Her mother's voice cracked. "I never thought you would. You left." Elena choked out. Every second of silence in her childhood, every why she swallowed. Every night, she prayed her mother would change her mind. They all rose at once. Her mother blinked hard, tears threatening. "I was a child. I was 17. I didn't know how to." "You didn't try." People passed around them with carts and luggage and happy reunions. But the two of them stood frozen, suspended in a gravity that belonged only to them. "I wrote," her mother whispered. Elena's chest tightened. "She never gave me your letters." Her mother closed her eyes, and for the first time Elena saw it. Not the villain her grandmother had protected her from, but a girl who had been drowning. "She told me you didn't want me. Elena said. That you chose this. Australia. A new family. A new life. No. Her mother shook her head fiercely. I came here because I didn't know how to stay. The sentence cracked something inside Elena, a splitting sound like the spine of an old book breaking open. Her mother's voice dropped to a whisper. When I left, I thought she would give you back when I was ready. I didn't know she would claim you. I didn't know she would erase me. Elena felt dizzy. Her mother took a step forward. Elena, her voice was brittle. You were the only thing I ever did right. The universe held its breath. Tears ran down Elena's face, not silent or graceful, but raw, unstoppable. Her mother reached out, fingertips trembling. Elena, can I hug you? The diaries, the secrets, the letter under the rain. Elena thought she was made of anger, but she wasn't. She was made of longing. She stepped forward. Her mother caught her, arms fierce and trembling. Elena pressed her face to her shoulder, breathing in sunscreen and salt and the unfamiliar scent of someone she had known her whole life but had never met. They held onto each other like the world might vanish. When they finally loosened, her mother cupped Elena's cheeks, memorizing every angle. There's so much I need to tell you. Elena swallowed. There's so much I need to ask. Her mother smiled through tears. Then let's start with this. Do you want to come home with me? Home. Her mother's home. Not Ortigia. Not a place she had inherited, but a place she might choose. Elena nodded. Yes. They walked toward the exit, two silhouettes breaking into light. The automatic doors opened, and warm Australian air washed over her. For the first time in her life, Elena didn't feel abandoned. She felt found. Chapter 15. The House on the Cliff. The road that led to her mother's house twisted along the coastline like a ribbon pulled too tight. The taxi hummed as it climbed higher, cutting through sunlight and shadows cast by eucalyptus trees. Elena pressed her forehead to the window, watching the ocean expand into something vaster than anything she had ever known. This sea wasn't a cradle like the Mediterranean. It was wild, unruly, untamed. Her mother sat beside her in the back seat, hands folded tightly in her lap, as if afraid to reach out again too soon. You don't have to talk, her mother said quietly. Elena exhaled. I don't know what to say yet. That's enough. The taxi slowed as houses spaced farther apart. Modern structures with glass walls and clean lines overlooking cliffs and waves. Elena expected something sterile, cold, something symbolic of distance. But when they stopped, her breath caught. The house wasn't new. It was weathered, white paint peeling, a porch swing that looked like it had survived storms. The ocean crashed below the cliff, making the house tremble ever so slightly, like it breathed along with the waves. A dog barked from behind the fence. Her mother smiled. That's Bowie. He's mostly noise. The gate creaked, and a caramel-colored dog bounded toward them, tail wagging so violently it made his back legs sway. Elena crouched, laughing despite herself. She hadn't expected a laugh today. Her mother watched silently, hands on her hips, an expression Elena couldn't decode. Something between awe and grief. When Bowie calmed, her mother led her inside. The house smelled of coffee and old paper. A half-finished jigsaw puzzle lay on the dining table. A watercolor painting rested on an easel by the window, an image of Ortigia's skyline. Elena froze. You painted this. Her mother's voice softened. I painted everywhere I missed you. A lump formed in Elena's throat. They moved to the living room. On the mantel stood a row of photo frames. Beaches, sunsets, 2 weddings. Her mother with a man Elena didn't recognize. Elena's gaze locked on one frame. Her mother, 20 years younger, pregnant, smiling. Elena stepped closer, stunned. You kept this. Her mother hugged her arms around herself. I kept everything. The air grew thick. Elena felt her heartbeat in her throat. Why didn't you come back for me? Her mother sank onto the couch, crumbling a little. I tried. She gestured to a drawer in a side cabinet. There are letters. Dozens. Elena opened the drawer. Stacks of envelopes. Postmarked to Ortigia. Unopened. Her grandmother had intercepted every one. Her mother's voice shook. I called. She told me you didn't want to talk. She said you were happy. That you didn't ask about me. Elena felt like the floor shifted under her feet. She lied to both of us. Her mother nodded, tears tracing the line of her jaw. For years, silence settled over them. Heavy, suffocating, but necessary. Elena sat down across from her, elbows on her knees. I read Nana's letter, she said. She loved me. She did, her mother whispered, just not in a way that left room for me. A magpie sang outside the window, a clear, odd flute-like sound Elena had never heard before. The unfamiliarity of it made her suddenly aware of how far from Sicily she truly was. Elena swallowed. There's something else. Her mother looked up. I found her diary. Color drained from her mother's face. She kept it. Yes. Her mother stood abruptly, pacing toward the window. Did you read it? Elena nodded. Her mother braced a hand on the glass, staring out at the ocean. Elena, there are things in that diary you might not be ready to know. Elena lifted her chin. I'm not a child anymore. Her mother turned, eyes bright with a truth she'd held too long. Vincenzo isn't just part of your grandmother's past. Elena froze. He's part of mine. The house fell silent except for the endless roar of the sea. And suddenly, Elena understood. She hadn't flown across the world to solve her grandmother's story. She had flown here to unravel her own. Elena's mother didn't sit back down. She remained at the window, back straight, shoulders tight, like someone preparing for a blow she'd already survived once. Vincenzo, Elena repeated, slowly. The name felt dangerous now. He had been a ghost in her grandmother's letters, a shadow attached to the truth. But here, in this house on a cliff, he had weight. Elena waited. The waves slammed into the rocks below in a steady rhythm. Crash. Retreat. Crash. Her mother finally spoke. I met him before I met your father. Elena blinked. You knew him too? Her mother gave a small nod, the kind someone gives when they already know the pain that follows. He was my mother's secret. And mine. The room tilted. Elena gripped the back of a chair. Her mother's voice trembled as she went on. When I was younger, Nana Rosa sent me to work in a small art gallery during the summer. She said I needed responsibility. Truth was, she needed time alone with him. Vincenzo. He was a traveler. Always coming, always leaving. Books, stories, maps. He carried the world in his pockets. Images formed in Elena's mind without permission. A man with dusty shoes and wind-tangled hair. A smile that held secrets instead of showing them. Her mother exhaled. I adored him. I had no idea they were involved. I thought he was just kind. How old were you? Elena asked, voice thin. 16. Elena stared at her. He was your mother's lover. And he became... No. Her mother shut her eyes. It wasn't like that. He didn't know I admired him. To him, I was just a girl who brought coffee and asked questions about cities I'd never seen. What about Nana? She didn't care about rules. She cared about escape. He made her feel young again. Seen. There was no accusation in her voice. Just history. When he left Ortigia the final summer, he promised your grandmother he'd come back. That they'd start over somewhere else. Elena swallowed. In Australia. Her mother's gaze snapped to hers. Yes. So she followed him. She meant to. Elena shook her head. I don't understand. The diary said she couldn't take me. That they wouldn't forgive her. Her mother walked to a cabinet and pulled out a box, thin, dusty, tied with twine. She placed it between them on the coffee table. Elena, my mother was pregnant before I was. Elena's breath hitched. What? Her mother pushed the box toward her. Open it. Elena untied the twine, hands trembling. Inside were documents. Old, worn, immigration forms, medical papers, an ultrasound image yellowed with age. A name at the top of one document. Vincenzo Aiello, father of unborn child. Elena's voice barely came out. Nana was going to have a baby with him. Her mother nodded. But she lost it. The miscarriage nearly killed her. And when he found out, he disappeared. Elena felt every word hit her like a wave. He left her when she needed him most. Yes. Then why did she still chase him to Australia? Her mother bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Because I told her where he went. Elena froze. You. I overheard him talking to a friend at the gallery. I wanted her to have her chance at happiness. I didn't realize I was helping her leave me behind. Her mother's voice broke. She left for him. I left because of her. Silence. Only the house breathed. Elena forced air into her lungs. So Vincenzo destroyed her life, and your life, and mine. No, her mother whispered. Her silence did. My fear did. Elena sat back, dizzy. Her mother reached forward and touched her hand, cautious, unsure. I didn't leave because I didn't want you. I left because she convinced me you were better off without me. And I believed her. Elena's eyes burned. Why didn't you fight for me? Her mother swallowed. I tried. Elena, I tried so many times. But Rosa Ferri was a fortress, and I was still a broken girl trying to become a woman. They sat together in the aching quiet. Finally, Elena asked what she had feared most. Do you know who my father is? Her mother didn't answer with words. She stood, walked to the bookshelf, and pulled down an envelope. A single name was written on the front. Elena Ferri. Inside was a photograph. A young man, maybe 20, laughing, hair windblown on a boat. A camera slung around his neck. Not Vincenzo. Someone gentle-eyed, with dimples deep enough to store sunshine. Her mother's voice softened into something fragile. That was your father. His name was Gabriel Turner. Elena touched the photo like something sacred. Where is he now? Her mother took a long breath. He never knew about you. Rosa made sure of that. Elena's heart shattered quietly. But is he alive? Her mother nodded. Yes. And he still lives in Sydney. The world narrowed to a pinpoint. A father she'd never met. A mother she barely knew. A truth her grandmother died, trying to bury. Elena wasn't chasing ghosts anymore. She was standing in the middle of a story that had begun long before she was born. And now, for the first time, she had a direction. She closed the box gently. I want to meet him. Her mother's breath hitched, but she didn't try to stop her. Elena, whatever you find next, you won't face it alone anymore. Elena looked at the photograph of the father she had never known. My name, my blood, my beginning. For the first time, Elena felt not like she was unraveling, but like she was finally becoming whole. Chapter 16. The Father's Address. Elena barely slept. The salty wind from the cliff rattled the shutters, making the house sound like it was breathing. She lay on the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling, the photo of Gabriel resting beside her on the nightstand. Her father, a man who didn't even know she existed. The thought was too big to hold. At sunrise, she gave up on sleep and padded into the kitchen. Her mother was already there, barefoot, hair in a loose, messy bun, leaning over the stove, stirring coffee in an old mocha pot that didn't match the modern appliances around it. The smell hit Elena like memory. Cafe. Italian coffee. Home. Her mother looked up, startled. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't. They stood in silence, their new language. Her mother pushed a mug toward her. Sit. Elena sat, the steam curled between them. Her mother took a deep breath and slipped a small envelope across the table. On the front, in clean handwriting, Gabriel Turner studio address. Elena's heart punched her ribs. Her fingers hovered over the paper. You wrote it down. I didn't want to push you, her mother said softly. But I also don't want you to leave Australia regretting what you didn't do. Elena flipped the envelope open. Inside was a business card. Gabriel Turner, photographer, freelance/coastal and documentary The Rocks. Studio 14, Sydney Harbor Art District. A map was sketched on the back in her mother's handwriting, shaky but precise. Little arrows, street names, a small hand-drawn X. Is this where he works? Her mother nodded. And often lives. The studio has a loft. Elena swallowed hard. How do you know? Her mother wrapped her hands around her mug, as if warming herself from the inside. I looked him up a few years ago. Not to contact him. Her voice dropped. Just to know if he was happy. Elena stared at the card. Gabriel Turner. A name that meant nothing yesterday. A name that suddenly meant everything now. Her mother leaned against the counter, watching her carefully. You don't have to rush this. But I want to, Elena whispered. Then I'll take you. Elena froze. You don't have to come. Her mother gave a half smile, fragile but brave. Elena, I spent years running from responsibility. I won't run from this. They left the house an hour later. The coastal road unraveled before them, the Pacific stretching into infinity. Elena watched waves crash against cliffs, white foam exploding like anger that had been waiting a lifetime to be released. Traffic thickened as they entered Sydney. Tall buildings, busy streets, people walking fast with phones in their hands. It was everything Ortigia wasn't. Her mother parallel parked with surprising precision, then turned the engine off. The studio district, The Rocks, was alive with morning noise. Cafe chairs scraping on pavement, seagulls screaming, jazz leaking from an open door somewhere. Art studios lined the street, their windows filled with canvases and sculptures. Elena's pulse thundered as they approached Studio 14. The door was glass, the lettering minimalist. Gabriel Turner, photography. Through the window, she could see prints hung from fishing line, portraits of strangers, moments caught mid-laughter or mid-tear, photos of storms, of children running in rain, of fishermen hauling nets at dawn. Emotion, life, unfiltered. Her hand reached for the door handle, but her mother gently placed a hand over hers. Elena, if you walk in there, everything changes. I know. Her voice was steady, even if her knees weren't. Her mother stepped back, giving her space. Elena opened the door. A bell chimed softly above her head. The studio smelled of salt, chemicals, and old wood. Sunlight poured in from tall windows. Prints hung everywhere, clipped on wires, pinned to corkboards, spread on tables. A man stood with his back to her, adjusting a camera on a tripod. Tall, broad shoulders, silver threaded through his dark hair. He turned. His eyes, warm, curious, unknowingly familiar, met hers. Hi, he said, smiling. Can I help you? Elena's breath vanished. He had her eyes, brown with flecks of amber. She had stared at them in mirrors her whole life. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Her throat tightened. My name is Elena. He nodded politely. Nice to meet you, Elena. She swallowed. I think you knew my mother. Gabriel frowned slightly, searching her face. I meet a lot of people. What's her name? Elena held up the photograph, the one her mother had kept hidden in a box for years. He saw it. The world stopped. His expression changed, slowly, shock blooming in his eyes like a storm rolling in from nowhere. He reached for the frame with hands that suddenly shook. The camera behind him began recording unintentionally, blinking red. Elisa, he whispered. He wasn't asking. He already knew. Yes. His eyes moved from the photo to Elena. Something clicked. Recognition. Fear. Hope. Elena, he whispered, voice breaking on the syllables. Why do you look like me? Her heart pounded. Because I'm your daughter. Because you never knew I existed. Because someone else decided our story for us. But she didn't say any of that. Not yet. Her voice trembled. Because we share more than a face. Gabriel stared at her, breath gone, the truth carving itself into his bones. And, for the first time in her life, someone looked at Elena Ferri. as though he had been waiting for her without knowing it. Gabriel didn't speak at first. He simply stood there, holding the photograph as if it were a fragile piece of evidence in a case he had never been allowed to solve. The camera behind him kept recording, its red light blinking in the corner of the room. Elena swallowed. "Maybe we should sit." He blinked, as if returning to his body, and nodded. They moved toward a small seating corner. Two leather armchairs facing a low wooden table stacked with art magazines and rolls of undeveloped film. The harbor light spilled through the windows, carving both of them in gold. Gabriel sat, elbows on his knees, photograph still in hand. "You look like her," he said quietly. "Elisa?" Elena asked. Gabriel shook his head. "No, you look like yourself, like someone who has her own story." Elena didn't know what to do with that. Compliments had always felt like lies or negotiations. This felt different. Real. Gabriel exhaled, rubbing his jaw. "I don't know where to begin." "Start with the truth," she whispered. "That's all I want." He nodded slowly. "When I met Elisa, I was 23, a traveling photographer, drunk on ideas, hungry for the world. She was, he searched for the right word, a fire that didn't know it was burning." Elena's stomach tightened. "My mother never mentioned you." His smile was bitter and soft at the same time. "That doesn't surprise me." "What?" Gabriel leaned back, staring at the ceiling, as if replaying a life he no longer recognized. "Elisa didn't want anything permanent. She didn't want roots. I did." "You wanted her." "I loved her," he corrected gently. "I didn't know she was pregnant. If I had known." He stopped, voice breaking. "I would have looked for you. I would have fought." Elena felt something loosen in her chest, anger colliding with understanding, confusion with relief. "So Rosa hid me," she said. "She protected you," he replied. "From what? I still don't know." Silence fell between them, heavy but not suffocating. After a moment, Gabriel stood and crossed the studio, rummaging in a drawer. When he returned, he held a small metal tin. Old, dented at the corners. He handed it to her. "I kept this," he said, "all these years." Elena opened the tin. Inside were strips of negatives. Tiny, dark windows into a past she had never seen. One showed a young Elisa laughing, arms around Gabriel's neck. Another captured her asleep on a train seat, sunlight striping her skin. Elena traced the edge of the photo with her fingertips. "You kept these," she whispered. "I kept all of her, even when she vanished." He hesitated, then reached out, as if asking permission. "Elena, may I take your picture?" Her breath caught. "And now?" He nodded. "I don't want to lose another moment that matters." Something inside her melted. Without speaking, she sat where the light hit her face, warm and steady. Gabriel lifted the camera. For a moment, neither of them breathed. Click, click, click. Each shutter sound felt like a stitch closing a wound. When he lowered the camera, his voice was rough. "I missed your entire life, and I missed knowing who I belonged to." Their eyes met, two lives finally intersecting, too late and exactly on time. Gabriel leaned forward, voice trembling. "I can't change the past, but if you let me, I want to be here now." Elena didn't answer with words. She leaned in, resting her forehead against his. Not forgiveness. Not yet, but something like a beginning. Chapter 17. What Love Can't Undo. Elena and her mother walked back to the car in silence. The world outside Studio 14 kept moving. Tourists arguing about parking spots, a barista calling out coffee orders, gulls diving for crumbs. Life, indifferent to implosions. Inside Elena, something was breaking open. Gabriel's voice echoed in her bones. "I missed your entire life. If I had known, I would have looked for you." She felt the weight of the truth settle behind her ribs. Her mother unlocked the car. "Elena, please." No, Elena's voice was low, sharp. "We are not doing the silence thing. Not anymore." Elisa closed her eyes. The wind lifted her hair. For the first time, she looked afraid. They didn't get into the car. They stayed on the sidewalk. Two women facing the wreckage of a story neither had the courage to tell. "You lied to him," Elena said, voice shaking. "You lied to me. You let everyone believe that Rosa was my mother." Elisa swallowed hard. "I was 17. I was terrified. So you made Rosa raise me." "I didn't make her." Elisa snapped, sudden heat in her tone. "She volunteered." Elena laughed, not from humor, but from disbelief. "Do you hear yourself? She volunteered. Like I was charity. That's not what." "You left the island." Elena cut in, stepped forward, voice trembling. "You disappeared. You built a new life. While Rosa died holding secrets that weren't hers." Elisa flinched. Elena kept going. Now that the truth had finally found its door. "You could have told Gabriel. You could have told me. But you didn't. Not even after Rosa died." Tears filled her mother's eyes. "Because if I told you," she pressed a hand to her chest, "I thought you'd run back to him." Elena froze. There it was. The confession. "You were afraid to lose me," she whispered. Elisa nodded, voice breaking. "I was afraid of being punished for every mistake I ever made." Elena stared at her. Not angry now, just raw. "You weren't punished. Rosa was." Silence. Elisa sank down onto the curb, head in her hands. "I never meant for her to raise you alone. I thought I would go to Australia, get my life in order, become someone capable, someone better." She looked up, eyes shining. "I planned to return for you. Then why didn't you?" Elisa laughed a dry, broken laugh. "Because every year that passed made me less worthy of you." Elena's heart twisted. "That wasn't your choice to make." "I know." Elisa wiped her face with her sleeve. "I know." A gust of wind blew between them, scattering a piece of paper from the passenger's seat. The business card Gabriel had given Elena. Elena bent to pick it up. Her mother whispered, "Do you hate me?" Elena shook her head slowly. "I don't hate you." Her voice softened, but the wound didn't. "I'm just tired of being your consequence." Elisa pressed her lips together to keep them from trembling. Elena looked toward the harbor, sunlight glittering on the water like broken glass. "I met my father today," she said quietly. "And for the first time, I didn't feel like a mistake." Elisa's breath hitched. "Elena, I am sorry." "I know." A beat of silence. "But sorry doesn't undo anything." Elena turned away. For once, it was Elisa who reached out and found nothing but air. "Elena, don't walk away." Elena didn't look back. "I'm not walking away," she whispered. "I'm walking toward myself." And she walked. Into the street. Into the noise. Into the life that was finally hers. The next morning, sunlight spilled into the hostel room through thin cotton curtains. Elena had barely slept. Her dreams had been a restless shuffle of voices. Rose's, Elisa's, and Gabriel's. At 8:02 a.m., her phone buzzed. "Unknown number, good morning. Elena. If you're free today, I would like to show you my world." Gee. She stared at the message for a full minute, her heart pulsing in her throat. Show you my world. Not talk. Not explain. Not apologize. Show. She typed only one word. Where? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Returned. The wharf. Darling Harbor. 9 a.m. If you come, I'll be there. If you don't, I'll understand. Elena dressed without thinking. Denim shorts, a linen shirt tied at the waist, hair in a loose braid. Her hands were shaking as she locked the hostel door behind her. Sydney smelled like salt and possibility. Gabriel stood by the edge of the pier, hands buried in his pockets. Just jeans and a navy t-shirt. Younger somehow. Softer. He smiled when he saw her. Not a polite smile. Not unsure. A father smile. Elena. She expected awkwardness. Instead, something opened inside her, like the tide giving way to the moon. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted. "I wasn't sure either." He jerked his head toward the water. "We have the boat for the day." "We." He led her down to a sleek little boat, the kind he used for shooting the coastline at dawn. Whose boat is this? Gabriel shrugged, mouth tipping into a half grin. A friend's. Perks of shooting his daughter's wedding last spring. And maybe having a daughter who still doesn't believe I exist. He said it lightly, but the words hit deep. They boarded. He handed her a life jacket. Safety rule number 1, he said. I can't lose you twice. Elena froze. He looked away immediately, embarrassed. I mean, I didn't lose you. Yes, she interrupted softly. You did. They held each other's gaze. And I lost you, she added. Something unspoken passed between them. Truth, pain, surrender. When the boat pulled away from the pier, the city opened like a painting. The opera house first, all white sails and impossible lines. Then the harbor bridge, cutting the sky like a giant steel wishbone. Elena stood at the railing. Do you always get used to this view? She asked. Gabriel shook his head. Never. Wind tangled her hair. She felt his eyes on her when she wasn't looking. You walk like her, he said. Rosa? He smiled. No. Your mother. Elena stiffened, ready for impact. Gabriel continued, voice calm. People always noticed her when she entered a room. Not because she wanted attention, but because she carried light. Elena looked at the passing water, blue, endless, unforgiving. She carried secrets too. I know. He leaned closer, forearms on the railing. I'm not defending her. I'm just telling you, she was in love. Wildly, recklessly, completely. Elena sucked a breath in. And you? Gabriel paused before answering. His voice was low, steady. I still am. The honesty in his tone softened something inside her, something she didn't want to soften. They anchored at a small, empty cove, a crescent of sand you could only reach by boat. The water was clear turquoise over pale rock. Gabriel set out 2 sandwiches, 2 bottles of water. Gourmet lunch, he joked. Elena smiled. 5 stars. Silence settled. Gentle this time, not heavy. Gabriel looked at her hands, at the shape of her jaw. I missed your first word, he said. Elena blinked. I missed your first steps. He swallowed. I missed the chance to teach you how to ride a bike. I missed birthdays. I missed Christmases. I missed bad days when you needed someone to be angry for you. His voice cracked. I missed everything. Elena's throat tightened. I don't know if I can forgive her, she whispered. Gabriel shook his head. Forgiveness isn't owed. It's offered when you're ready. And you? She asked. Do you forgive her? He looked toward the horizon. I forgave her the moment she walked away, because I knew she was leaving with a secret she couldn't carry. Elena's breath trembled. I don't know how to do this, she confessed. Neither do I. He stood and extended his hand. So maybe we learn together. Elena hesitated only a second before placing her hand in his. Warm, solid, a father's hand. On the way back to the harbor, she sat beside him at the controls. Want to steer? He asked. Elena laughed. You're joking. He placed her hand on the wheel, his covering it. No, I'm right here. The city rose again in front of them, bold, bright, waiting. For the first time, Elena felt anchored. Not by a place, by a person, by a beginning. Chapter 18. The photograph that shouldn't exist. They returned to the harbor late afternoon, sun low on the water like melted gold. Elena still felt the ghost of the steering wheel beneath her palms, Gabriel's hand over hers, steady and warm. Back at the studio, he unlocked the door and gestured for her to enter first. It's not much, he said, embarrassed, but it's been home for years. The place smelled of coffee, sea salt, and photographic chemicals. Prints lay everywhere, clipped on wires, pinned to corkboards, spread across the long wooden table. The light through the tall windows washed everything in amber. Elena wandered quietly, fingertips brushing frames as though touching memories she didn't own. Gabriel made coffee. Real coffee. Not instant. He handed her a mug. Steam curled between them. "You okay?" he asked softly. Elena nodded, even if she wasn't sure. "How do you learn a father after 24 years of absence?" While he adjusted a camera on a tripod, Elena kept exploring. A series of black and white portraits of strangers. A storm hitting the coast. A fisherman smiling without teeth. And then, something caught her eye. On a high shelf, behind a stack of undeveloped film rolls, a box. Metal, old, scratched by years. She pulled it down carefully. Gabriel's voice sharpened. "Elena, don't. That's private." She froze. For the first time since they'd met, his tone wasn't gentle. "I'm just looking," she said, defensive. He took a step toward her. "Elena, please." The please was fear, not anger. She opened the box. Inside were dozens of photographs, all of the same woman. Elisa, younger, laughing, barefoot on a beach. Her hair wind-tangled. Her eyes burning with a happiness Elena had never seen in person. Gabriel exhaled, shoulders defeated. "I wasn't ready to show you those." Elena kept flipping through them, dates on the backs, all within a single year. Then she reached the last photo, and her world cracked. It wasn't Elisa. It was her. A picture of Elena as a baby, maybe 6 months old, asleep in a bassinet, wrapped in a pale blue blanket. No hospital tag, no studio lighting, but unmistakable. Elena froze. "What is this?" Gabriel's face drained of color. "Elena, I can explain." Her voice turned sharp. "You have a photo of me. As a baby. Not found. Not photographed by someone else. In his box. With Elisa." Gabriel stepped closer. "No, listen to me. I didn't take that photo." Elena stared at him, pulse roaring in her ears. "Then how did you get it?" He hesitated. A full second too long. "I woke up one morning, and it was slipped under my door." Elena's breath caught. "When?" she whispered. Gabriel swallowed. "The year your mother left." A cold shock hit her spine. "You mean someone knew?" Elena said. "Someone knew about me. Someone knew where you were." Gabriel nodded silently. "And instead of telling you, they gave you a photograph." He looked destroyed. "Elena, I didn't understand. I thought she—" "You thought she left the baby with me." Elena snapped. "You thought I was with you." His eyes flinched. "Yes." Silence. A silence that felt like betrayal. She stared at the baby in the photo. Her tiny fist. Her sleeping face. Someone had held her close enough to take this picture. Someone had delivered it like a message. "Who took this?" Gabriel shook his head. "I didn't know then. But now, I'm afraid I do." Elena's heartbeat went feral. "Tell me." Gabriel looked at her with an expression that was both apology and terror. The handwriting on the envelope. He paused, voice barely a breath. "It wasn't Elisa's." Elena went still. "It was your grandmother's. Rosa. The sea remembers. And so do people. This changes everything." The envelope trembled between Elena's fingers, as if it were alive. It was cream-colored, thick, sealed with a wax stamp the color of dried roses. The handwriting on the front was delicate, unmistakable. Rosa Ferri. Elena's grandmother. The woman whose silence had shaped an entire family. Gabriel stood a few steps away, frozen. He had shown her where he kept the box only because she insisted. They were going through his old contact sheets and negatives, proof of a life she had never known. And then, buried under old receipts and in used film rolls, she found it. A second letter, sealed, untouched, addressed not to Gabriel, not to Elisa, but to Elena Ferri, to be opened only if she asks about her blood. Her blood, not her mother, not her childhood, her blood. Elena felt the floor tilt. "Is that for you?" Gabriel whispered, voice half air. "Yes." Her voice was barely audible. "And she never told me." He ran a hand through his hair, pacing, trying to assemble the puzzle in his mind. "I didn't know she ever wrote to me again. After Elisa left, I thought she wanted me gone for good." Elena swallowed. "She didn't want you gone. She wanted me hidden." A knife through the word. Gabriel stopped pacing and looked at her with eyes full of guilt he didn't deserve. Elena, if Rosa asked me to stay away, if I had known. You didn't know. She cut him off gently. Nobody told you. She sat on the worn leather couch in his studio, the envelope still sealed. Light filtered through the skylight, hitting the wax seal so it glowed like a drop of blood. Her hands shook so hard she had to brace her elbows on her knees. Gabriel sat across from her, but didn't crowd her. He respected distance. He respected her. "Do you want me to stay?" he asked. "No," she hesitated. "I don't want to be alone when I open it." Gabriel sat beside her, not touching, just there. The silence between them wasn't heavy. It was safe. Elena slipped her thumb under the wax seal and broke it. The sound was small. It echoed like thunder. She unfolded the thick paper. Rosa's perfume, violets and old books, rose from it, faint but still present. Rosa had written it in her elegant script. "Elena, my heart, if you're reading this, then Gabriel knows the truth. And your mother has finally stopped running." Elena's throat tightened. "You are not a shame. You were not an accident. You were not the consequence of a mistake. You were the moment I saw Elisa choose freedom. I raised you because she couldn't." Elena blinked fast, but tears slid out anyway. Elisa was 17. Gabriel was leaving Italy the next morning. A child would have trapped them both. She believed leaving you with me would save you. I believed hiding the truth would save her. We were both wrong. Elena pressed a hand to her mouth. Gabriel leaned closer, still silent. "When your mother left for Australia, I begged her not to go. Not because I needed her. Because you did. She looked me in the eye and said, 'One day, she will hate me.' I told her, 'No, she will save us.'" Elena couldn't breathe. Do not spend your life punishing people for the wounds they couldn't face. Do not inherit my silence. Do not inherit Elisa's fear. And do not inherit this pain. Choose what I cannot. Choose love. Rosa. The last line was separate, trembling. Tell him he has always been a father, even without knowing it. The paper slipped from Elena's hands. Gabriel caught it before it hit the floor. His breath was unsteady. "Elena, I never knew. I never even imagined." She turned toward him, tears streaming freely now, raw and unstoppable. "I grew up thinking I wasn't enough," she whispered. "That I was the reason my mother left." Gabriel's voice broke. "You were the reason she stayed alive." For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Two strangers. Two reflections. Two lives that had run parallel across oceans and years. Elena leaned into him. Not because she needed support, but because her heart had finally stopped running. Gabriel wrapped his arms around her, slowly, as if afraid she might disappear. She didn't. She stayed. And for the first time since she stepped off the plane on the other side of the world, Elena felt chosen, wanted, claimed, not by destiny, not by secrets, but by truth, and by blood. Chapter 19. The Weight of Names. Sydney smelled like rain, not the Mediterranean kind. Warm, lazy, perfumed with street market oranges, but the sharp, metallic scent of a city that didn't know how to pause. Elena stood at the edge of the quay, the letter from her grandmother still folded in her pocket. That second envelope, the one she was never supposed to open. The harbor water slapped against the pilings below, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Behind her, footsteps approached. Elena. Gabriel's voice. Steady, careful, like someone approaching a wild animal that could bolt. She didn't turn. "Not yet. You always say my name like it's something fragile," she murmured. He stopped beside her, hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket. He didn't argue. That was something she was learning about him. He let silence form and waited inside it. "When you left the studio," he said quietly, "I didn't know if I would see you again." She exhaled sharply. Her throat felt tight. "You didn't know I existed," she replied. "That's not the same thing." His voice cracked on the last word. The ferry docked behind them, roaring, unloading hurried commuters. Life went on around them, noisy, fast, and different. But the world inside her had stopped. "I've spent 24 years carrying a story that wasn't mine," she said. "And when I finally thought I knew who I was, the truth changed." Again, Gabriel swallowed, jaw tightening. "Elisa didn't tell me," he said gently. "I didn't leave. I didn't disappear. I just never knew." Elena looked at the skyline, at the opera house glowing like a white sail. "My grandmother lied to protect me," she whispered. "But she also stole something from us." Gabriel nodded once, slow, like acknowledging a wound. "She didn't steal you," he said. "She just kept you safe until the world was ready." Elena finally turned toward him. Rain misted his hair. He looked older than in the photo, tired, human, not a myth. Just a man who had lost 24 years without knowing it. "She kept my mother away," Elena whispered. "She kept you away. She kept pain away," he corrected softly. "Isn't that what love does sometimes, even when it does it badly?" Elena blinked, startled by the simplicity of it. He reached for something, slowly, giving her time to pull back. "I know I can't ask for anything," he said. "Not forgiveness. Not a place in your life." Her breath hitched. "But if you let me," Gabriel continued, voice thin like light through stained glass, "I would like to know who you are. Not as a symbol, not as an apology. As my daughter." The words loosened something inside her chest, something locked for years. She reached into her jacket and handed him the second envelope. Rose's handwriting stared back at both of them. "For the day she finds him." Gabriel looked up, eyes burning. "You haven't read it." Elena shook her head. "I thought we should open it together." Thunder rolled far offshore, like applause from a distant storm. Gabriel took a slow, deliberate breath. "Elena," he said, voice unsteady, "you have no idea how much that means." She held his gaze, truly held it, and for the first time, she felt the truth settle into place. Her grandmother had protected her. Her mother had feared her. But this man, this stranger with her eyes, would never have chosen to stay away. "Okay," she whispered. He nodded, turned the envelope over, and carefully broke the seal. The rain softened to a whisper around them. They opened Rose's final truth together, side by side, no longer strangers, no longer separated by silence or secrets. Two people, finally choosing each other, even if they didn't yet know how. The envelope smelled like old paper and the faintest trace of starch and lemon, a ghost of laundry days, of white sheets billowing in Ortigia's courtyard. Gabriel held the letter as if it were something alive. Elena watched his hands shake. The drizzle softened, clinging to the window glass of the cafe where they had taken shelter, a tiny place at the edge of the harbor, all steamed windows and mismatched chairs. They sat opposite each other at a wooden table scarred by years of use. The letter lay between them. A bridge, a wound, a beginning. Gabriel inhaled once, deeply, and unfolded the paper. Rose's handwriting, curved and elegant. "My Gabriel, if you are reading this, it means the truth has found daylight. I don't know if I believe in fate, but I believe in timing. You were too young when you loved her. Elisa was too frightened, and I was too proud. I watched you both walk toward catastrophe, and I did what terrible women do when they love too fiercely. I tried to save everyone, even when it meant losing everything." Elena closed her eyes. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice, the velvet tone, the sharp certainty. Gabriel continued reading. "You loved my granddaughter before you ever knew she existed. Not by blood, by consequence, by miracle. Elisa was pregnant when she arrived at my door, vulnerable, shaking, a girl carrying a child, but not the strength to carry the world's judgment. She asked me one thing: please don't let him know." I should have refused, but I saw the terror in her, the same terror I once carried when I loved a man the world told me I shouldn't. And so I lied, to protect her, to protect the baby, to protect you. Gabriel swallowed hard, eyes glassy with disbelief. Elena's heart thudded painfully. He read on. Gabriel, you would have stayed. You would have given up your travels, your dreams. You would have loved the baby. I know that. You were good. But Elisa was not ready to be loved that way. She needed to run. Let her run. Let her become someone strong enough to return. And when she did, I prayed she would tell you. She never found the courage. So I leave these words behind, a confession carved too late. Forgive her. And if you cannot forgive her, forgive me. Rosa Ferri. Silence swallowed everything. The cafe noise dimmed, spoons stirring cups, rain on glass, a bell ringing by the door. All of it distant, blurred. Elena touched the letter with trembling fingers. She lied to everyone, Elena whispered. To protect us. Gabriel looked at her, not with shock anymore, but with something deeper, something raw. She didn't steal my daughter, he said quietly. She waited for me to be the man I needed to become. Elena exhaled. Do you forgive her? She asked. He blinked slowly. I don't know, he answered. But I know this. He took Elena's hand across the table, gently, cautiously. I don't want to lose another 24 years. Something loosened in her chest. Not resentment. Not confusion. Relief. Acceptance. Elena, Gabriel said softly, may I take a photograph of you? She hesitated. Why? He smiled, small and fragile. Because I want the first picture of my daughter to be the moment she chose to stay. Her throat tightened. She nodded. Gabriel stood, adjusted his camera, and lifted it slowly. Elena looked straight into the lens. For once, she didn't hide. The shutter clicked, a soft, decisive sound. A moment caught, a life finally beginning. Chapter 20. A different kind of family. The photograph still felt warm in Elena's hand, freshly printed from Gabriel's studio printer. A portrait of her sitting by the harbor window, hair damp from the rain, eyes steady and unafraid. She barely recognized herself, not because she looked different, but because she finally looked like someone who belonged to her own life. Gabriel was locking up the studio when the door burst open. Elisa froze on the threshold. Her breath hitched when she saw the photograph in Elena's hand. She looked at Gabriel, then at her daughter, as if she were witnessing a future she had never been brave enough to imagine. You too. Her voice trembled. You opened the letter. Gabriel nodded. Elisa, he said softly, we need to talk. She tightened her grip on the umbrella she wasn't using, knuckles white. No, she whispered. Not in front of her. Elena stepped forward. Everything has already been in front of me, she said calmly. I've lived my entire life inside secrets I didn't choose. A beat, then another. Elisa swallowed. Are you angry with me? Elena didn't answer immediately, because anger wasn't the right word. She had known anger. She had drowned in anger. Anger was what she left in Milan, stuffed into a suitcase too small. What she felt now was something heavier, something real. I'm tired, Elena whispered. Elisa's eyes glistened. Gabriel stepped aside, letting the two of them face each other without interference. I made mistakes, Elisa said, voice trembling. I was 17. I was terrified. I thought if you knew he existed, you would choose him over me. Elena's chest ached. You didn't even give me the chance. Elisa pressed her palm to her lips, fighting tears. I didn't know how to be a mother. A small sob escaped. So, I'll let someone else raise the part of me I didn't understand. Elena stared at her mother. All her life, she had wanted a simple explanation. She got the truth instead. You didn't lose me, Elena said. You abandoned yourself. Something inside Elisa shattered. She dropped her umbrella. Rain hit the pavement outside like applause. Elena, she whispered, barely audible. I don't know how to fix what I broke. Elena took a slow, steady breath. You don't fix it, she said. We start from now. Elisa blinked, stunned. From behind, Gabriel spoke gently. I don't want to rewrite the past. Just the future. Elisa let out a shaky breath. I don't deserve that, she murmured. Gabriel's voice was calm, firm. It's not about deserving. It's about choosing. Elena looked at both of them. Her biological father. Her fractured mother. A past she didn't ask for. A future she could build. Slowly, she stepped forward and linked her fingers with Elise's. I don't promise forgiveness, Elena whispered, but I'm willing to stay. Tears spilled down Elise's cheeks. Not dramatic, just real, quiet, human. Gabriel exhaled. A breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. For the first time since she was born, Elena stood between her mother and her father, and it didn't feel like a wound. She felt like a bridge. Outside, the rain stopped. The clouds broke open. A slice of sunlight hit the water, turning the harbor gold. Elena looked out the window and thought of Ortigia, of Rosa, of the sea that had carried all their secrets. Perhaps the sea didn't erase. Perhaps it remembered. And perhaps, if you were brave enough, you could start again. Morning light slid across the hardwood floor of Gabriel's studio loft, slow and golden. The kind of light that didn't ask anything of her. Elena woke before anyone else. Humidity clung to her skin. Sydney birds screeched. Not the soft coos of Ortigia doves, but wild, chaotic bursts of sound. She blinked, disoriented for a moment. A new life has a way of making even the air feel unfamiliar. She slipped out of the soft blankets and padded barefoot toward the window. The harbor glimmered in early sun, sailboats rocking like sleepy animals tied to their morning posts. She touched the glass. It feels like a beginning, she thought. Behind her, footsteps. Gabriel's voice was quiet, careful. You didn't sleep much. Elena turned. He was leaning on the kitchen counter, 2 mugs of coffee in hand. One strong and dark. One with milk, just the way Nana Rosa used to make it. He held out the lighter mug. For a second, she couldn't move. He remembered. She took it with both hands. Thank you. He sat across from her at the small dining table. No tension this time, just presence. I know you have decisions to make, Gabriel said. She looked at the harbor again, the way the boats tugged at their ropes as if they were trying to move forward but didn't know how. Luca asked me to come home, she said softly. Gabriel nodded. And do you want to? That question lingered in the air like a held breath. Elena wrapped her hands around the mug, grounding herself. For so long, she began, I thought going back to Ortigia meant failing. Gabriel waited. He didn't rush her. But staying here feels like choosing myself. He exhaled. I don't want you to stay for me, he said gently. I want you to stay for you. She swallowed hard. It's not just that. He leaned forward, elbows on the table. Tell me. The truth came out in one breath. In Ortigia, I was always the girl who didn't know where she belonged. In Milan, I was the girl who left. But here, I don't feel like a girl at all. I feel like a person. Gabriel's eyes softened, warm and proud. The loft door opened quietly. Elisa stepped inside, hair still damp from a shower, a small plate of pastries in hand, clumsy, nervous peace offerings. She froze when she saw them talking. Gabriel gestured gently. We're just talking. Join us. Elisa sat down, tentative. They drank coffee in silence. Not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of people learning how to be a family. Finally, Elisa spoke. You have every right to hate me. Elena looked up, steady. I don't hate you. Elisa blinked, stunned. But I won't carry your shame anymore. Elena continued. That's the difference. Gabriel reached over, squeezing his daughter's hand. Elisa's throat worked, her eyes rimmed with tears. In that moment, 3 people sat at one table, bound not by perfection, but by truth. Elena stood. Her suitcase sat by the door. The sight of it punched her chest. 2 plane tickets had been lying on the table since last night. Sydney, Catania, Sydney, open date, no return. One backward, one forward. She picked up both. Closed her eyes. Listened to her heartbeat. Gabriel watched her. Elisa held her breath. When Elena finally opened her eyes, she laid one ticket flat on the table. Sydney, Catania. Elisa gasped. You're leaving? I'm going back to Ortigia, Elena said, not to escape, but to finish what she had left undone. She placed her hand on the second ticket, the open one, and slid it toward Gabriel. I'll come back, she said, but not because I'm running. He nodded once. Not devastated, not disappointed, proud. You don't need to stay to be mine, he said. Elisa wiped a tear. Elena zipped her suitcase closed. She felt lighter, not because she had chosen a place, because she had chosen herself. At the airport pickup lane, with taxis honking and sun pouring over the pavement, Gabriel hugged her. Not a hesitant half-hug, but a full, grounded, father's embrace. Elena, he whispered near her ear, next time you come here, I'll be waiting at arrivals. She smiled through tears. I won't be alone anymore. Elisa hugged her too, tentative, trembling, not asking for forgiveness, only for a beginning. Elena stepped into the taxi. The harbor glinted behind her. Her heart stayed open. At the first red light, she looked down at the boarding pass. Not one way, not escape, just choice. And for the first time in her life, Elena Ferri wasn't running. She was going home. Chapter 21. Ortigia again. The taxi pulled away, leaving a cloud of dust on the pavement in front of Catania Airport. Warm air wrapped around Elena, salted and heavy with the smell of the sea. She dragged her suitcase toward the bus platform, her chest tight with a strange mixture of nostalgia and distance. She had crossed half the planet, but she was no longer the girl who had left. The coastal road slid by outside the bus window. Salt flats, warehouses, the faded blue of the horizon. Elena rested her forehead against the glass, letting the landscape seep into her. For months she had imagined this moment. She had pictured tears, longing, the ache of memories. Instead, she felt still, present. When the bus crossed the bridge that connected the mainland to Ortigia, the old stone buildings came into view, cream-colored walls, green shutters, balconies blooming with geraniums. Elena's heart fluttered, a sting but not pain. Home! And this time, the word didn't hurt, because she had chosen to return. The apartment was silent. The landing smelled faintly of pine detergent. Elena slipped the key into the lock, the same key she had once thrown in a drawer out of spite. Click! She pushed the door open. Everything was exactly where it had always been. The wooden shoe rack, the small table, the photograph of Ortigia's marina hanging crooked on the wall. Familiar objects. Ghosts almost. But the house felt hollow. She rolled her suitcase to her old bedroom. Clothes hung in the wardrobe, dresses she once loved, shoes she had stared at in front of the mirror, wondering if she was enough. The Elena who lived in that room no longer existed. On the kitchen counter, a yellow sticky note in a handwriting she didn't recognize. Your mother is out. She'll be back tomorrow. F. Fabio. The new husband. Elena exhaled a soft laugh. No bitterness. No jealousy. Just distance. She set the suitcase down, sat on the edge of her old bed, and let the quiet fill her. For the first time, silence didn't scare her. The pull of the sea. She left the apartment and walked through the narrow alleys toward the marina. Evening light turned the stones amber and the sea silver. The air tasted of grilled fish and lemon. She reached the water and sat on the low stone wall. Boats rocked gently on the waves, ropes creaking, gulls diving into the fading light. Her knees pulled to her chest. She breathed in deeply. A voice behind her. You're back. Elena turned. Marco. Hands in his pockets, expression soft. No anger. No expectation. I am, she said. I didn't know if you would ever return. Neither did I. He sat beside her, leaving space between them, a respectful space. For the first time, he wasn't trying to hold on to her. Did you find what you were looking for? He asked quietly. Elena stared at the sea. I found myself. Marco nodded. It wasn't resignation. It was acceptance. Then I'm glad you went. A small wave splashed against the rocks. They sat in silence. Two people who had shared something once but didn't need to explain the past. Marco stood up. If you'd like, we could grab a coffee tomorrow. Maybe, Elena replied. Not a promise. Just possibility. Night on the rooftop. Later, she climbed the stairs to the rooftop terrace of the building. The night air smelled of jasmine. Siracusa shimmered below her. The lights on the water, the sound of distant laughter. She pulled out her phone and opened the last message Gabriel had sent her. I won't hold you back. But if one day you choose to return, I'll be here. Elena typed slowly. Not overthinking. Not afraid. This is not running away. This is returning, on my terms. Message sent. The sea crashed lightly against the rocks. The moon carved a path of silver across the water. Home was no longer a place she needed to escape from, nor one she needed to cling to. For the first time, her heart didn't belong to Ortigia or Australia. It belonged to herself. Elena wasn't expecting to cry over a suitcase. But there she was on the cold tile floor of her old bedroom in Ortigia, surrounded by half-unpacked clothes and jet lag that clung to her bones like salt. She tugged out a folded sweater, and something slipped out from underneath. A white envelope. It floated down like a feather. Elena froze. Her name was written on the front in a handwriting she knew better than her own heartbeat. Elena. Not printed. Not typed. Written. By her mother. Her world narrowed to the weight of that single piece of paper. Her pulse stuttered. No. She reached for it with trembling fingers, swallowing the sudden dryness in her throat. For a moment, she just held it. She wasn't ready for whatever was inside. She wasn't sure she ever would be. But running had cost everyone enough. She slid her thumb under the flap. The paper inside smelled faintly of her mother's perfume, jasmine and sea air. She unfolded the letter. My Elena, if you're reading this, it means you left without letting me say goodbye properly. And that's my fault. I have spent half my life running, from shame, from mistakes, for myself. When you arrived at my door, I thought, this is it. This is my chance to fix everything. Instead, I froze. I wanted to tell you everything. The night you were born, the guilt, the fear. But the words wouldn't come. You deserted a mother, and all you got was a woman who kept choosing silence. You once asked me why I left Italy. Everyone thinks it was for work. But the truth is simpler and uglier. I was afraid of being your mother. I loved a man I couldn't keep and lost a daughter I never deserved. Your grandmother loved you the way I should have. Rosa was braver than I ever was. Please don't hate her for what she hid. She did what I couldn't. Forgive her. Forgive me if you can. But most of all, don't let pain decide your life the way it decided mine. You're not my secret. You are my miracle. Always. Even when I wasn't there, Mama. The letter blurred. Tears landed on the page, smudging the ink. Elena pressed a hand to her mouth, choking back a sound that was too raw to be called crying. It was grief and love, and every abandoned version of herself rising at once. A soft knock on the door. Elena. Marco stood in the doorway, hesitant. His voice was a whisper, as if he had stepped into a holy place. Are you okay? She shook her head, then nodded. She didn't know. Instead of answering, she held out the letter. Marco sat beside her on the floor. He didn't speak. He didn't ask. He didn't try to fix things. He simply took her hand, warm, sure, present. It's strange, she whispered. All my life, I've been angry at her for leaving, and now I finally understand why she did. Marco squeezed her fingers. And does understanding help? I don't know, she breathed. But it hurts less. Silence stretched between them. Quiet, intimate, sacred. Finally, she folded the letter carefully and placed it back into the envelope, tracing her mother's handwriting with her thumb. I need to write back, she said. Marco's eyebrows lifted. From here? Or? Elena looked toward the window. The sea was a sheet of molten silver under the moonlight, calling her, always calling her. From Australia, she whispered. Marco didn't hide his surprise. You're going back? No. She exhaled slowly. I'm not going back. Marco looked confused. Then why? Because this time, Elena said, voice steady. I'm not going back to find my mother. I'm going back to choose my future. The envelope warmed in her hand like a heartbeat. And for the first time in her life, she knew exactly where she belonged. Not because someone wanted her there, but because she chose it herself. Chapter 22. The Friend Who Stayed. The morning sun stretched across Ortigia, warming the limestone walls and the sea-scorched rooftops. Elena slipped outside, clutching the envelope from her mother like a fragile heartbeat in her bag. She walked toward the fisherman's harbor, guided by memory rather than intention. And there he was. Lucas stood beside his small boat, sleeves rolled up, repairing a fishing net. The sea breeze tangled his hair, and sunlight turned his skin golden. He didn't hear her footsteps. Elena, she finally said. He turned. His face went still, then split into a smile so honest that her throat tightened. You came back. I did. Lucas stepped closer, the net forgotten on the deck. How was Australia? Elena took a slow breath. Beautiful. Complicated. Necessary. He studied her eyes, really studied them. You're different. I feel different. Luca nodded once, like he'd been expecting that answer all along. They sat on the edge of the dock, legs dangling above the water. Boats swayed, ropes creaked, the sea breathing patiently below them. So, he said, nudging her shoulder, tell me everything. I want the messy version, not the postcard summary. She laughed softly. I met my real father. Luca's eyes widened. Wow, he didn't know I existed. His brow furrowed, anger flickering like a flame. You deserve better than that. From all of them. Elena looked at the horizon. Maybe, but I can't change the past. I can only change what I choose to do with it. Silence settled, gentle, not heavy. After a moment, Luca asked quietly, and your mother? Elena hesitated. Her fingers found the edges of the envelope in her bag. She wrote me a letter. Finally. Does it make anything better? No, but it makes things clearer. Luca shifted to face her, his voice softer. You don't have to decide today. Not everything needs urgency. Elena swallowed. Luca, I'm thinking of going back. He blinked. A beat. To Australia? Yes. I want to spend time with him. I want to know him. He looked down at his hands. The same hands that once held hers under these same waters when they were children, when life was obvious and simple. I always knew you were meant for something bigger than this place, he whispered. She smiled, sad and grateful. Luca. He shook his head gently. No, let me say this. He turned toward her, that familiar mix of courage and vulnerability in his eyes. You don't owe Syracuse your life just because it's where your story began. The wind carried salt and truth across the space between them. You're not leaving me behind, he said. You're just going forward. Her eyes burned. Without thinking, she leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. He didn't flinch, didn't tense. He simply held her, like he always had. After a long moment, he whispered, When do you leave? Not yet, she said. I need to close things properly this time. No running. Lucas smiled, a bittersweet curve of lips. I'll be right here, he said, where I've always been. And for the first time since she landed back in Sicily, Elena didn't feel lost. She felt anchored. The next afternoon, Ortigia felt strangely suspended between seasons. Too warm for winter, too quiet for summer. Elena walked along via Cavour, her steps slow, almost hesitant. She had no destination, only a vague instinct guiding her toward the city gate. At the small terminal of Catania Airport, she saw him. Marco. Tall, sharp suit, suitcase beside him. a life packed in neat lines and clean decisions. He spotted her before she could slip away unseen. Elena. His voice still carried the precise, slightly hurried tone of Milan. Always late, always striving, always chasing something. She forced a small smile. You're leaving today. Marco stepped closer, searching her face. You didn't answer any of my messages. I needed to think. He exhaled, frustrated but trying not to show it. You just vanished. Her throat tightened. No, Marco. I stopped running this time. That's different. He hesitated. I thought coming back here would remind you of what we had. What we had, she repeated quietly. Not what they have. Marco rubbed the back of his neck, restless energy vibrating under his skin. Luca, he said flatly. Is it him? Always the competitor. Always measuring love like a graph to analyze. Elena shook her head. It's not about Luca, and it's not about you. He looked confused, offended, even. It's about me, she continued. For once, I'm choosing what I want. Marco stared at her. Unprepared for an answer, he couldn't counter with logic. Elena, Milan could be a future, a real one. You don't need to chase ghosts in Australia. I'm not chasing ghosts, she said gently. I'm choosing roots. Marco swallowed, jaw tense. So that's it. After everything, after us. There is no after, she interrupted. There just isn't an us anymore. For the first time, Marco didn't have words. The airport speaker crackled overhead. Last call for boarding, flight to Milano Linate. He flinched. Marco stepped forward and kissed her cheek, a kiss that felt like a goodbye to a life she could never live. Elena, I hope Australia gives you what I couldn't. She nodded, letting his words settle. I hope Milan gives you what you're looking for, Marco. He stepped back, lifted the handle of his suitcase, hesitated, and then he walked away. No dramatic shift, no tears, no final plea. Just two adults who had finally stopped trying to fit into a version of a future that had never really existed. Elena watched him disappear through security, and for the first time in a long time, she felt light. Not because she had lost something, but because she had released it. She stepped outside into the Sicilian air, breathed deep, and smiled. One tie cut. 2 more to go. Chapter 23. The goodbye with words they never said. The workshop smelled of paper, resin, and old stories. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the skylight, catching dust motes that floated like tiny constellations. Tommaso looked up from the workbench when Elena entered. He didn't ask why she was there. He just smiled, a quiet, slow smile that settled somewhere between nostalgia and disbelief. You look different, he said. Elena shrugged lightly. Maybe I finally stopped running. He nodded toward the stool across from him. Sit. I'll pretend I wasn't just talking to this diary like a crazy person. Elena sat, fingers grazing the edge of the restored journal. Rosa's diary. Whole again. I wanted to say goodbye, she said softly. Tommaso froze, hands hovering over the leather cover. You're leaving, he murmured. Not a question. The truth had already carved itself into his voice. Yes. For Australia. Yes. Tommaso swallowed, the movement slow and visible. You found your father. You found your answers. Elena's throat tightened. I found myself. He leaned back, studying her, as though trying to memorize every detail. You know, I used to think Ortigia was enough. This workshop, this island. Then you walked in with a suitcase and a storm behind your eyes. She smiled, even as her heart squeezed. And what did I change? Tommaso let out a breath that sounded like surrender. You made me want things I never gave myself permission to want. Their eyes held. No rush. No panic. Just two souls acknowledging something too late. He closed the diary gently, placing it between them like a delicate truth. Can I show you something? He asked. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small piece of parchment. Old, fragile. A sketch. It was Rosa. Younger. laughing, barefoot on Ortigia's rocks, the sea exploding behind her. The diary wasn't the only thing she left. His voice softened. She was extraordinary. And now I know where you get it. Elena blinked back tears. She would have liked you. Tommaso set the drawing down and finally, looked at her without defenses. There were moments, he said quietly, when I thought, maybe we could become something. Elena's heart stuttered. Me too. The words hung there, naked and fragile. He stepped closer, slowly, as if crossing sacred ground. Elena, his hand brushed her cheek, reverent. But if I ever meant anything, even a little, then you can't stay here just because of me. Her eyes burned. I'm not staying. He nodded, pain and pride tangled together. I know. He bent his forehead to hers. No kiss, no claim, just the kind of closeness that said everything words couldn't. You deserve to choose your life, he whispered, and not the life that happens to you. A tear slid down her cheek. Tommaso wiped it away with his thumb, gentle as a prayer. And when you're ready to come back, he added, voice barely a breath, I'll still be here, restoring things, objects, memories, and maybe hearts. Elena's voice trembled. Don't wait for me. He smiled a sad, beautiful smile. I won't wait, but I will hope. She kissed his cheek, slow, warm, grateful. Then she walked to the door. Just before she stepped out, Tommaso said, Elena. She turned. Go live the life Rosa wanted for you. She closed her eyes. Then she left. And for the first time since she returned, she didn't look back. The marina smelled like salt and engine oil, a scent Elena had known since childhood. Boats rocked in their berths like restless sleepers, ropes creaking against metal. The late afternoon sun painted the water in molten gold. Luca stood near his boat, La Serena, coiling a rope with the slow patience of someone who had nowhere else to be. When he saw Elena approaching, he didn't smile immediately. You came, he said simply. I promised. She stepped onto the wooden pier, and it trembled under her weight. Old wood, old memories. Luca handed her a life jacket, as if this were any other afternoon on the water. Want to take her out one last time? One last time, she echoed. They pushed off from the dock, the motor humming low. Siracusa slid away behind them, the dome of the cathedral shrinking, the ancient walls shifting from stone to silhouette. Out on the open water, Luca killed the engine. Silence swallowed them, the kind of silence that held every word they never said. Elena leaned over the railing, fingers brushing the sea. This place feels like a heartbeat, she whispered. It's yours if you ever want it back. She turned to him. His eyes were dark, steady, unreadable. I'm leaving, she said softly. I know. I'm not talking about another trip. I'm moving. He nodded once, then looked out over the horizon. Your father is your beginning, Elena. Even if you met him at 30. The wind picked up, whipping her hair. You're not upset. He laughed dryly. I'm absolutely upset. She blinked. But I'm also proud. His voice cracked on the last word, gently like a shell breaking. You came back here to remember who you were. He met her gaze. And now you know who you want to become. Elena stepped closer, feeling the motion of the sea underneath her feet. I feel like I'm choosing between two lives. You're not choosing between two lives, he said. You're choosing your own. Her breath trembled. Luca, what are we? He took her hand and placed it flat against his chest. His heartbeat thudded strong, steady. We are home, he said. But home isn't always where you stay. Sometimes it's where you leave from. She swallowed hard. Do you ever wonder if things have been different? Every day, he admitted. Elena inhaled sharply, eyes burning. Maybe in another life, she whispered. In every other life, Luca corrected. But not in this one. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, slow, lingering, reverent. Not a claim, a blessing. She closed her eyes. When he pulled away, he handed her something small, a smooth sea glass pendant, pale green like shallow water. So you don't forget where you learned to breathe. Her throat closed. I could never forget you. Just promise me one thing, Lucas said. She nodded. Promise you won't shrink to fit someone else's life again. I promise. He started the engine and turned the boat back toward shore. The sun dipped lower, bleeding orange into the waves. When they docked, Elena stepped onto the pier. Lucas stayed on deck, hands on the wheel. Elena. She paused. When you're happy, remember me. She smiled through the ache. Only if you remember that I finally chose myself. She walked away, the sound of water slapping against the hull echoing like applause. Chapter 24. The letter in the suitcase. Elena folded a sweater and placed it gently into the suitcase. The room in Syracuse felt smaller now, not because it had changed, but because she had. Every object held the imprint of a life she was no longer trying to fit into. The window was open, and the night air carried the melody of voices from the street below. Neighbors talking, plates clinking, the sea breathing against the walls of Ortigia. She reached for the zipper on the side pocket of her suitcase. Something stiff caught against her fingers. A white envelope. Her heart hesitated in her chest. She pulled it out. Handwriting on the front, elegant, unfamiliar, and yet deeply known. Elena, only when you're ready. Mom. A breath left her, fragile as paper. She sat on the edge of the bed and opened the envelope with trembling fingers. Inside was a single sheet, written in her mother's careful script. She read, My Elena, I didn't give you the love you deserved when you were small, not because you were unlovable, but because I believed I was. Rosa saved both of us. I know you grew up thinking she was strict, distant, old-fashioned, but she was the bravest woman I have ever known. She loved you like a daughter, because she knew I couldn't yet love you like a mother. I used to watch you sleep when you were a baby. You curled your fingers around mine, like you were holding on to the whole world. And I was afraid that I would break something so perfect. So I ran. Not from you, Elena, from a version of myself that didn't deserve you. I don't know what kind of mother I can be now, but I want to try. Not to make up for the past, but to build a future. If you choose to stay in Syracuse, I will understand. If you choose to return here, I will be waiting at the airport. No questions, no guilt, just open arms. You were never a mistake. You were my beginning. Elisa. The page blurred as Elena finished reading. She held the letter against her chest, not like a wound, but like a promise. The clock tower chimed 11 outside. The sound echoed off the stones of the courtyard and settled into her bones. A beginning. That's what this was. She slid the letter back into the envelope and tucked it into the front pocket of her backpack, the one she always kept close. Not hidden, not forgotten, carried. Her decision was no longer just about searching for answers. It was about choosing the version of herself who deserved to exist. Elena zipped the suitcase, lifted it, and without hesitation, without fear, she whispered in the quiet room, I'm ready. The airport tasted like endings. Elena stood in line at the check-in counter, suitcase by her side, letter from her mother tucked into the front pocket of her backpack. People around her moved with purpose, families heading on vacation, business travelers pacing with coffee in hand, but her steps felt like they were happening underwater. She was leaving Syracuse. Again. But this time, there was no running in her chest. Only a steady, quiet certainty. The boarding pass printed with a mechanical hiss. Syracuse, Rome, Sydney. One ticket. No return date. She walked toward security, palms damp, heart alive with the kind of terror that comes only from doing something right. Her phone buzzed. Gabriel calling. Her stomach dropped. She stepped out of line and pressed the phone to her ear. Elena. His voice was rough, like he'd run to answer a call he didn't know was coming. I didn't know if I should call, he admitted. I didn't know if I had the right. You do, she whispered. Silence. Not empty. Full. Are you at the airport? Yes. He exhaled, soft and shaky. I was afraid you wouldn't come back. Elena swallowed hard. I'm coming. Not to Australia. To him. A chair scraped in the background on his end of the line. He was sitting somewhere, maybe the studio, maybe the pier outside it. She could almost smell the salt on him. I don't know how to be a father, he confessed. And I don't know how to erase what you didn't have. She closed her eyes. You don't have to erase anything. Another silence, this one aching. I'm scared, he said. You're not alone. People moved around her with airport urgency, but Elena stood still, phone pressed tight. Elena, yes. I'll be there when you land. A tear slipped down her cheek. Not the heavy kind. The kind that comes when something finally clicks. I'd like that, she whispered. He hesitated then. I'm proud of you. Her breath caught. For what? For choosing a life instead of letting life choose for you. The gate announcement echoed overhead. Final boarding. Flight to Rome. I have to go, she murmured. I know, Elena. Yes. Come home. Her heart stuttered. She ended the call before she could overthink, grabbed her suitcase, and walked toward security. No music. No dramatic shout to stop her. Just a door opening. Just a life waiting. 10 hours later, Rome. Gate for Sydney. Elena sat by the window, watching planes land and depart like decisions being made. An older woman took the seat beside her. Long flight, the woman asked. Yes, Elena answered. Long and necessary. The woman smiled, as if she understood everything without needing the story. When the boarding announcement came, Elena stood. She didn't hesitate. She didn't look back. She walked down the jet bridge, into a new future carved by her own hands. She found her seat, buckled in, and pressed her forehead against the window. Syracuse was somewhere behind those clouds. Australia, Gabriel, her mother, were waiting ahead. As the engines roared, Elena whispered to herself, not running this time. The plane lifted, leaving the ground behind. And for the first time, Elena Ferri felt weightless. Chapter 25. The Sea Remembers. Sydney smelled like ocean and possibility. As Elena stepped through the arrival's exit, her heart hammered against her ribs. The bright airport lights reflected off polished floors, off luggage wheels, off the feverish excitement of people reuniting. Hugs, tears, laughter. Every face told a story. But her eyes searched only for one. Gabriel wasn't there. Just strangers. Flashing signs. Trolley carts. A crying toddler. A man waving a balloon that said, "Welcome back." Did I make a mistake coming? She tightened her grip on the handle of her suitcase, suddenly aware of every beat of her pulse. A voice came from behind her. Deep. Familiar. Rough in all the right places. You're here. She turned. Gabriel stood a few meters away. Rolled up sleeves, suntanned forearms. Hair shorter than before, but still unruly in that I don't care, but somehow it looks good way. In one hand, a messy bouquet of wild flowers. Eucalyptus, wattle, and something purple she couldn't name. For a second, neither of them moved. Then she exhaled. I wasn't sure you'd come, she whispered. I wasn't sure I'd survive not coming. No embrace. No nervous small talk. Just silence and the kind of staring that replaces language. Finally, he nodded toward the exit. Come with me. They walked outside. The air hit her like a warm wave, salt, sun, the perfume of the Pacific. He led her to his old truck, the same rusty thing she remembered, and they drove toward the coast. When they reached the beach, it was blue hour, that thin line between day and night where everything looks possible. The tide whispered against the shore. The city glowed behind them like a distant galaxy. Elena slipped off her shoes and walked barefoot into the sand. The water wrapped around her ankles, cold and soft. Gabriel joined her. I don't have a perfect house, he said quietly. I don't have answers, or a manual on how to be a father. She turned to him. I never asked you to be perfect. He looked away, jaw tight, a man who had lived too long inside his guilt. I'm afraid, he whispered. Afraid I'll ruin this. Elena stepped closer. You can stop being afraid of that. You're not here to save me. You're here to know me. He blinked. Once, twice, as if the words left a mark. And you, he asked. Are you afraid? Terrified. A wave crashed higher, soaking them to their knees. Elena laughed. Gabriel did too, a rusty, unpracticed laugh that cracked and then softened. They laughed like children, loud and unfiltered. Then, slowly, Gabriel took her hands. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for waiting. His gaze dropped to her wrist, where the faded compass tattoo showed under the moonlight. North, south, home. I didn't know, Gabriel murmured, that the right direction could have a name. And what name is that? He swallowed. Yours. He kissed her. Not a kiss of endings. A kiss of beginnings. That night, Elena didn't stay in a hotel. She slept in the small loft above Gabriel's art studio, the windows open to the ocean breeze, the smell of paint and salt in the air. She lay awake listening to the waves. She wasn't running anymore. She had come toward something. Toward family. Toward truth. Toward a future that scared her and thrilled her. And somewhere in the darkness, she finally understood. Home was not a place. It was a person. The morning light seeped slowly into the studio, washing the walls in soft gold. Elena blinked awake to the sound of waves and to something she hadn't heard since childhood. Silence. The kind that doesn't ache. She sat up on the small sofa bed Gabriel had prepared for her on the mezzanine. Below her, the studio was still, prints resting on tables, the camera tripod silhouetted like a quiet sentinel. The scent of coffee drifted upward, rich and warm. She froze. Someone was humming. Her father. She moved down the narrow steps, her palms sliding along the iron railing. When she reached the bottom, she stopped in the doorway of the kitchen, a small open corner of the studio that smelled like roasted beans and sea air. Gabriel stood barefoot, stirring milk into a small metal jug. His hair was messy. He wore a simple gray t-shirt and jeans. For a moment, he looked less like Gabriel Turner, the photographer, and more like a man trying not to break anything fragile. He turned and saw her. "Morning," he said gently. "I hope I didn't wake you." "You didn't." Her voice still felt new around him, like she wasn't sure she was allowed to use it. He held up a question in the shape of a mug. "Coffee." She nodded, swallowing an unexpected lump. He poured, his hand steady. He placed the cup in front of her without touching her, but close enough that she could feel warmth radiating from him. She took a sip. It tasted almost like home. Gabriel leaned against the counter. "I wasn't sure how you take it." "I'm not sure either," she admitted. "I guess. I'll find out." He smiled, small, timid but real. They drank in silence. A peaceful silence. After a moment, Gabriel cleared his throat. "Today, I thought we could take the ferry. Cross to Manly Beach. It's usually crowded, but the wind is calm. I could show you the place where I first learned to take pictures of waves. You want to show me your world." "I want to share it," he corrected softly. "And I'd like to see yours. When you're ready." Her heart tightened. "I feel like I've already shown you the worst parts." Gabriel took a step closer, slow, giving her space to refuse. "Elena, the worst parts aren't you. They're just chapters." She exhaled shakily. He placed his mug down, hands trembling just a little. "I've been thinking," he said. "Maybe someday, if you like, we could frame something of yours and hang it here." He gestured to a wall full of portraits, souls frozen in moments of truth. "A photo you take. Something that feels like you." Elena's breath caught. "No one's ever asked to share space with something I created." He looked at her, really looked. "That's all I've ever wanted," he whispered. They left the studio together. The streets buzzed with early energy, tourists with cameras, cyclists weaving through pedestrians, street artists painting on canvas boards. Elena felt like she was walking inside a photograph that was still being developed. As they approached the ferry terminal, Gabriel hesitated. "Elena, can I ask you something?" She turned to him, wind tugging strands of hair across her face. "Of course. Did you ever imagine what I'd be like?" She swallowed. "A million times. And not once did I get it right." He winced. "Because you expected the worst?" "No," she whispered. "Because I dreamed too small." He blinked hard and turned toward the ferry ramp. "Let's go." They found seats outside, the ocean wind whipping around them. Seagulls dove, the ferry horn echoed across the water, and Sydney's skyline receded behind them. Gabriel leaned forward, elbows on knees. "I want to say something," he began, "but I don't want to scare you." She waited, bracing herself. "I don't know how to be a father." His voice broke. "But I know how to show up. Every day, if you let me." Elena didn't answer immediately. The waves crashed against the hull below, steady and constant. She placed her hand on his. Just her hand. Not a declaration. Not forgiveness. But choice. "I don't need perfect," she said. "I just need present." He intertwined his fingers with hers, carefully, as though memorizing the moment. For the first time, Elena didn't feel like a visitor. She felt like she belonged, not because she was claimed, but because she had chosen. The ferry moved forward, slicing through open water. And so did they. The cafe was small, hidden between a surf shop and a florist, the kind of place people stumbled into by accident and later called fate. Elena sat at a table near the window, watching the ocean roll toward the shore. Her hands wrapped around a cup she hadn't sipped from. When the door opened, Elena knew it was her mother without looking. Elisa stopped 2 steps from the table, sunglasses in hand, eyes cautious but softer than they used to be. "Elena," she whispered. Elena gestured at the seat across from her. The silence stretched as Elisa sat down. "I thought you'd still be at your father's studio," Elisa said, voice thin. "I needed to talk to you first." Elisa nodded, folding her sunglasses carefully, as if delaying the inevitable. "What's on your mind?" Elena inhaled. 8,000 miles of distance compressed into one breath. "I'm not going back to Syracuse," she said. Her mother froze. The sentence hung between them like a dropped glass. "What do you mean?" Elisa whispered. "I mean," Elena swallowed. "I'm staying. Here. In Australia. I want to live with my father for a while, get to know him." A flicker, pain, panic, crossed Elisa's eyes. "Elena, we just found each other again. I just got you back. You never lost me," Elena said gently. "You just didn't look for me." Elisa flinched, but Elena's voice wasn't cruel. "Just honest." "I know I made mistakes," Elisa said quietly. "Too many to count. But I'm trying." Elena looked at her mother, the woman who had raised her through silence and secrets, who had loved her and hurt her without knowing how to bridge the distance between them. "I'm not leaving you," Elena said. "I'm choosing me." Elisa blinked fast, tears gathering. "And your grandmother?" "Rosa would have." "My grandmother wanted me to live," Elena cut in softly. "To be free from shame." That's what her letter said. The cafe noise blurred. Forks, espresso machines, laughter from strangers, while mother and daughter stared at each other, suspended in the fragility of truth. Elena spoke again, firmer now. "I don't want to spend my life wondering what could have been. I need to know my father. I need to know this part of me." Elisa's voice cracked. "So you're choosing him?" "No," Elena whispered. "I'm choosing myself." A tear slid down Elisa's cheek. She reached across the table, not to grab, just to touch, to make contact. Elena let her. "You deserved better than the mother I was," Elisa said. "And I deserve the chance to find out who I can be," Elena replied. Elisa exhaled a long, trembling release. She nodded, wiped her tears, and whispered, "Then go. Be happy. And don't disappear like I did." Elena leaned forward and hugged her. Her mother clung to her. Not possessive, not desperate, just letting her go. For the first time, the goodbye wasn't abandonment. It was freedom. Epilogue. 2 years later. Sydney, Australia. The morning sun hit the ocean like a sheet of gold. Elena unlocked the glass door to the small oceanfront gallery, her gallery, and flipped the sign to open. The bell chimed softly, the same sound she remembered from the day she first met her father. 2 years ago, that sound had shaken her world. Now began her days. The walls were covered with framed photographs, waves caught mid-crash, children jumping from piers, a fisherman smiling at dawn. Half of them were hers. The other half were Gabriel's. Someone's up early. Her father's voice teased as he walked in, holding 2 coffees. Elena smiled. Sunrise waits for no one. He placed the cups on the counter. Neither do you. Their relationship wasn't perfect. It was real, made of breakfast and silence, arguments about framing and exposure, apologies in the form of shared photography walks at dusk. Elena sipped her coffee, the local blend she'd learned to love. Her life was here now. Her phone buzzed. A photo from Luca. A table in Ortigia, 2 granite LM1, seats empty. Wish you were here. She smiled. The ache wasn't painful anymore, just tender like a healed scar. Another message arrived second later, from her mother. Proud of you. Call me later. Elena typed back. Always. She stepped outside. Warm wind tangled her hair, filling her lungs with salt and sun. 2 years ago, she arrived in Australia searching for answers. She found room to breathe. She found her father. She found herself. A group of tourists passed, pointing at her gallery. One woman smiled at her. Did you take these pictures? Elena's answer was simple, steady, certain. Yes. The woman stared at one particular photo. Elena, waist deep in the ocean, laughing, head thrown back, eyes closed. A self-portrait. You look free, the tourist whispered. Elena didn't hesitate. I am. Behind her, Gabriel adjusted a print on the wall, glancing at his daughter with quiet pride. In another life, Elena might have stayed in the past, trying to salvage broken things. In this one, she chose the future. She chose herself. And every morning, when she opened the gallery to face the sea, the world whispered the same truth back to her. Some promises don't wash away. We have reached the end of the novel. When the Sea Remembers by Jasmine Taylor. A special thank you goes to the author for her kindness in allowing us to use her book. If you would like to support the author, you can do so by purchasing the ebook or paperback of the novel on Amazon. You can find the link in the description below. To support the Ink Tale Audiobooks channel. If you enjoyed this story, please leave a like, subscribe so you don't miss our upcoming audiobooks, and let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next story.